i.e., the Penal Code Act, the Magistrates Court Act, the Trial and Indictment Act, the Evidence Act. Their proposed amendments were presented by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to the Legal and Parliamentary Committee of Parliament of Uganda, but were never considered. Instead of carrying out a piecemeal amendments, the Commission should be given an opportunity to review all the criminal laws and propose a comprehensive amendment of the relevant laws for Parliament's consideration. In view of the above, I'm returning the bill for reconsideration as per Article 91, 3B of the Constitution, signed by the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and copied the Minister of Constitutional Affairs. Succession Amendments Bill is dated 22nd July 2021 and addressed to the Speaker of Parliament. The above matters refers. I have received the Succession Amendments Bill 2021 for assent. However, there are sanctions listed below that need to be reconsidered and reviewed by Parliament. 1. Clause 14, which seeks to replace Section 27 of the Principal Act, introduced a new arrangement of sharing property where a spouse has died in estate. Under Clause 14C, where an estate is survived by a spouse and a dependent relative, but no lineal descendants, the spouse shall receive 80% and the dependent relative shall receive 20% of the whole property of the estate. This is a complete departure from the earlier provisions of the law. While no clear justification, it will interfere with the beneficiary's interest of the beneficiaries. What, for example, justifies the increasing the surviving spouse's share about 50 to 80% and reducing the dependent relatives' share from 49 to 20%. The above amendment would not only be unfair to the dependents' relatives, but would also create disharmony between the surviving spouse and the deceased relatives. Therefore, more research needs to be carried out so that clear justification is given for reducing or increasing the shares clearly stipulated in the current law. I propose that the distribution be as follows. Widow or widower, 50% of the estate. 2, dependent relatives, 49% of the estate, and customary heir, 1% of the estate. Number 2, Clause 18(1)(b), which seeks to amend Section 30 of the Succession Act. It provides that the surviving spouse of the estate shall not take any interest in the estate of an estate if the death of the estate, the marriage between the surviving spouse and the estate was suspended, either by agreement or by judicial officer. The first suspended earlier by agreement is ambiguous, and it's likely to bring confusion in administration of the estate. What is the acceptable form of agreement? Is it verbal or oral? What if there is a claim by the deceased surviving relatives that the deceased had made a verbal agreement separating with the surviving spouse before his or her demise? What evidence will be tendered to confirm the existence of such an agreement? I propose that the clause be deleted. Regarding the separation by the judicial order, where marriage is suspended by the judicial order, court would have to make a provision for sharing the property between the parties. Such an order would still obtain in the event of death of one of the parties. There is therefore no need for Parliament to provide for sharing of property where a judicial order has already been issued. I am therefore returning the bill to Parliament for reconsideration of the above clauses. Signed by Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda, and copied to the Prime Minister and Attorney General. So I forward the two bills to Committee of Legal for reconsideration. Yes, I'm still in my communication. In line with the Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 1432 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I refer the stated bills to the respective sectoral committees, which is legal committee, legal and parliamentary. I wish to remind the ministers responsible that in compliance with Rule 143 of Rules of Procedure, the 2 weeks they will be required to table back the motion for reconsideration in the House. So we are giving you 2 weeks. His Excellency, the President, when constituting cabinet, abolished the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation and transferred the mandate to State House. This had an impact on the sector and the structure of committees of Parliament, where the sectoral committees responsible for the sector is now by presidential action. And it's not, in this case, clear. In line with this development, I want to refer the matter of that committee, the Committee of Science, Technology, and Innovations, to a Committee of Rules, Privileges, and Discipline to study the report and report to this House as to whether we should adopt this committee as a standing committee or completely do away with the committee. In line with the Rule 2351, a bill, petitions, or motions or other business before the House or committee during term of Parliament which elapsed are dissolved. However, under Sub-Rule 2, such business can be reinstated in the next Parliament by a resolution of Parliament. I therefore wish to remind all the stakeholders who are interested in serving any business from the 10th Parliament to inform the clerks so that a motion can be prepared to move it in the House to reinstate what was pending in the previous Parliament. Lastly, considering that out of the 10 UPDF representatives to Parliament, 2 were appointed to ministerial positions, and yet it is crucial that UPDF be represented on the Committee of Human Rights. I therefore present Honorable Kano Charity Baina Babo to the Committee of Human Rights. Those in favor say aye, and in the contrary, the ayes have it. I want to thank you so much for listening to a long communication from the chair, but it was necessary for it. But I also want to apologize for any inconvenience that has been caused by us transferring from the tent back to the house. I have got a lot of complaints, but at the same time, members were complaining that the tent was porous. People were coming, people you don't understand. And secondly, you need to feel the feel of a house, feel of Parliament. And I am really happy that if we can maintain, if it means rescheduling and apportioning people to be in the house, we should be doing that. And we also need to make sure we have all the vaccines, the 2 vaccines. But we'll continue doing regular tests on members to avoid the spread of COVID. We will follow the SOPs. This house can accommodate 200 people, both down and up. I don't want people to feel like they are disadvantaged, but this is a reform. Just like we didn't want to go to the tent, it's the same way that we are feeling we don't want a change. A change is necessary. I want to thank you so much, Honorable Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your communication. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 20th of October, 2020, under the Matter of Registration of Persons Act 2015, and under Statutory Instrument Number 67 of 2015, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, swore under paragraph 3 and 4 of his deed poll that he shall renounce the use of the names Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and adopt Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni. And he went forward to state that for purposes of evidencing the assumption of the proper order of his full name, he swore and declared that he will write and assent to all instruments using the following order of his names: Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni. This comes in good faith, Right Honorable Speaker. The recent letters and instruments we've seen the President signing do not possess the names in that rightful order. And it really, because this is by law, and when you swear a deed poll, it means you are abandoned and the persons are different. Therefore, I would like to seek your intervention, Right Honorable Speaker, to address this House on that matter and procedurally guide this House as we may process a bill returned by a persona non grata, and someone comes and says it was not me. In this case, I don't believe that General Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni will do so. But to bring about consistency, because the president is the fountain of honor of this country and the guardian of the executive power of this nation. We need that consistency in order to avoid inconsistencies as people challenge bills or laws or even instruments that the president ought to sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Unfortunately, I finished, Honorable Semuju. Honorable Mohammed Sereko, the instrument I have, the letters I have that other name which I can't pronounce. It's just because I cannot pronounce it, that's why I didn't read it. Yes, procedure from
Madam Speaker, I'm Felix Okot Ogong, Member of Parliament, Dokolo South. Madam Speaker, from your communication, you mentioned that the President returned certain bills that were presented to him, including succession bill. Madam Speaker, I want to invite you to Article 91 of the Constitution, exercise of legislative powers. Article 91(2) states a bill shall pass by Parliament shall as soon as possible be presented to the President for assent. And when you proceed to 3, it states that the bill shall within 30 days after a bill is presented to, the President shall within 30 days after a bill is presented to him or her, 1, assent to B, return the bill to Parliament with a request that the bill or a particular provision of it be reconsidered by Parliament, or notify the Speaker in writing that he or she refuses to assent to the bill. Madam Speaker, when you proceed to 7, where the President fails to do any of the acts specified in clause 3 of this article within the period prescribed in this clause, the President shall be taken to have assented to the bill, and at the expiration of that period, the Speaker shall cause a copy of the bill to be laid before Parliament, and the bill shall become law without the assent of the President. Madam Speaker, I know that this bill was presented to the President sometimes in May or thereabout, in the last Parliament. Now we are in August, in the middle of August, and the President is returning the bill without referring to the provision of the Constitution. And when you look at the provision, it says shall return within 30 days. And right now it is in months. On procedure?
Procedure.
No, Madam Speaker, I respect my brother, and he has been in Parliament here for a long time, and he knows that procedure takes precedence.
No, it does not.
You cannot again raise order on procedure.
Madam, order.
And no, you have to respect the Speaker and respect our rules of procedure.
Order, Madam Speaker.
It is on a procedure matter.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker.
I'm on procedural matter. The Speaker is guiding you.
Yeah, you may be proceeding.
Honorable Semuju is on a procedure matter. First it, you'll make your point.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance whether we are proceeding right, because this matter can also be taken to court. And when we don't proceed properly, we might lose this case in court. And therefore, we need to study it very carefully so that we don't make mistakes. So I'm seeking guidance From
Honorable Kotogong, the essence of me sending this report to the committee is for them to assess it. For me, I can't know whether it was sent in May, when it was sent. That is what the work of the committee, and they will report back to us. Whether it is out of time, and for us, we will take it as a law.
The procedural issue now I am raising. The president, in an interview with NTV and Monitor, he said at the age of 75, you are really retired. We have had two issues raised. One about his name. Another one is assenting to a bill in the stipulated time in the Constitution. So the procedural issue I'm raising is whether this parliament that removed the age limit to allow someone tired to be a president can now complain hardly a year later, when it is this parliament that allowed someone who had confessed in an interview that at 75 you are really retired. That's the procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semuju, if the president was there, then he would have stood. So that is a discussion for another day.
order.
What on what?
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
The leader of opposition is on.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Leader of opposition is.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Two issues from me. One, I would like to welcome the members to the True Chamber. It's taken a while, and I felt a bit upset the new members. I've never had the sense of this place. I thought if Parliament ended before we have this setting, they will never have had tales to tell their children and grandchildren about a sense of Parliament. So I do welcome you. Two, the arrangement will require that members sit, in intervals or interchangeably, depending on how the whips arrange their teams. This will require, Right Honorable Speaker, strict compliance to rules 27 and 29 of our rules of procedure that relate to timely availability of the order paper. For instance, whereas the whips are obliged to ensure attendance of their members, the choice by the whips on who attends may not as of necessity depend on the order of names, alphabetical arrangement, but also on the interest on the order paper. So it would be very, very prudent, Right Honorable Speaker, that the office of the clerk strictly adheres to the commands of rules 27 and 29 to allow for members to prepare in earnest, to be able to coherently participate in the affairs. Of course, the Speaker is at liberty to amend the order paper, but that is on rare occasions, not as occurring as regularly. So your indulgence is sought, Right Honorable Speaker, that while we are migrating to the new normal, we strictly observe these two rules. That said, Right Honorable Speaker, again, your communication, you made an allusion to the scrapping of the Minister of ICT, which reverted to the presidency. It came at the backdrop
A correction? I said scrubbing of what?
the Ministry of
Innove-
ICT. So I beg your pardon, Honorable Speaker. Science and Technology reverted to the presidency. That came after the budget for the financial 2021-22 had been passed by the 10th Parliament. My appreciation of the Public Finance Management Act does raise questions as to what happens to the funds so voted under that docket, and what happens to those funds, and what happens to the officers in that ministry, and whether public service had entirely made provision for that migration, or we are in part dealing with an illegality. I would seek clarification from the Minister of Public Service as how this migration was done and how the budget that was passed under a clear accounting system, whether the accounting officer also migrated under the same arrangement, for us to be able to inform this decision and be able to educate ourselves as to the nature of this migration. I hope I'm understood, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition. Maybe on the issue of the order paper, we'll be having the order paper a day before the sitting of the next day. So that one, we can have that. We needed to be clarified on the issue of innovation, the committee, the ministry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I'm glad to be back to this chamber. I've been missing it. No, I spoke in the tent the other time. Madam Speaker, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition is concerned about the fate of the money which was approved for Ministry of Science and Technology and also Rural Electrification Agency. Madam Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act of 2015 as amended provides that Parliament has powers of moving money from one vote to another as and when it is required. And it also gives Parliament powers to revote as and when it is appropriate. Therefore, in this regard, Right Honorable Speaker, we will be coming to this House either today or the other day, as we have written to you, to move a motion to allow us move funds from the Ministry of Science and Technology vote and Rural Electrification Agency to the votes where these agencies have gone. Thank you, Right Honorable.
You mean the money has not been moved to State House? The money is still with the Minister of Innovation, which was abolished?
Madam Speaker, with your guidance, can I get clarification and answer to us?
Is the money still on innovation, science and technology?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as it is now, the money is still in finance. It is not in any vote, because the
Okay.
votes ceased to exist.
That is okay. Members, I have referred this issue to the Committee of Rules Privileges on clarification on what should be done.
Right Honourable Speaker, I do appreciate the assurances of my honourable colleague. But for the record, he smuggled the prayer in his submission. It was not part of my submission.
Law, but you needed a solution.
Yes. I'm alive to that fact. Right
So for
Honourable.
him to smuggle that prayer,
Yeah.
he is right for this house.
He is right, but I'm also aware that despite the fact that that is the position, I'm also aware that
Okay,
they are
bring-
spending rare funds despite the fact that the status quo has not been moved. I'm also aware. For his record, for his information, I'm aware that funds under rare are being expended despite the fact that the legal framework does not permit them to do so.
By the way, for your information, REA is not formed by an act of parliament. It's by a statutory instrument. Honorable Sarah Opendi Kinkizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of the Ministry of Science and Technology is not a simple matter that we should simply brush. I think we shall need, Right Honorable Speaker, a paper from the Ministry of Public Service, because when this ministry was established, it was after this House had passed and approved a bill, and following that, there is even the committee that specifically looks at that. So the moving of this ministry now phased off into the presidency implies that even the committee may have to be, it has implications on the committee. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that we get a clear, detailed paper on this matter so that we can debate it and then make our recommendations as Parliament accordingly. Because innovations, science and technology is now the way to go. And the heads of state at the African Union did make a decision to ensure that at least 1% of our national budget goes into funding research and innovation, where this ministry was playing an oversight role. And therefore, by merely having it in the presidency implies that it ceases to be a ministry, and therefore even the technical staff who are there to guide and promote and support innovations, we don't know what is going to happen to them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it would be better if we would have a document from the Ministry of Public Service. Thank you.
But I am surprised that you're debating what I've already referred to the committee. I have referred that issue to the Committee of Rules and Privileges. And secondly, I want to refer you to Article 99. So you cannot continue debating what has been ruled upon. Can we have matters of national importance? Honorable Isingoma. Honorable Isingoma. Isingoma Patrick, if you're not ready, Rita Kwankwasa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a new member of Parliament, I want to say that I'm extremely elated to be able to speak for the first time from this chamber. I was worried that we new members of parliament may never have a chance of debating from here, but thank God that's now history. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise up under Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure to present a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, during the course of 2019-2020 financial year, Parliament approved the creation of several new cities in this country, all of which were upgraded from the municipality status. The cities approved, stroke upgraded, were Jinja, Mbale, Lira, Gulu, Arua, Hoima, which I have the honor to be a representative in this August House.
Order.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order, actually 2 points of order. The first relates to my honorable colleague, Dr. Isingoma, and my friend. Whether it's in order, first of all, to cross sides, because he belongs to the NRM and is speaking from a wrong forum. But fundamentally, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you're not in order. Honorable Dr. Singoma is an independent and he can sit on either side.
Secondly, Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member is making a matter of national importance while reading a written text. The written text has not been availed to the members. And our rules are very clear on written texts. Is the member in order to raise a matter of national importance while reading a written text which is not circulated to the members? Moreover, in his maiden speech, is he in order?
Honorable Asmani, I am happy you answered your own question, that the member is making a maiden speech. That's one. Two, at least you have your ears to listen to what is reading. So can you continue, Dr. Singoma?
Very grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was in the middle of my presentation before I was interrupted, and I was talking about the cities which were upgraded from municipalities to city status, and these are total about 8 in number: Jinja, Mbale, Lira, Gulu, Arua, Hoima, Fort Potro, Mbarara, and Masaka. All these cities mentioned became operational with effect from July 2020. Traditionally, Right Honorable Speaker, it has been a norm that whenever such new entities are created, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in liaison with the line ministry, in this case, in this instant case, the Ministry of Law Government, earmarks funds to start off each of these entities created to enable them address the so many administrative, developmental, logistical, and other capital-related challenges normally associated with the new administrations. Right Honorable Speaker, in respect of all the above mentioned entities, this has not been done, leaving these cities to operate in extremely very difficult conditions.
Honorable, what are your prayers? We know what is happening to the cities.
Quickly, in Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance, or I'm asking Honorable Minister of Finance a question to explain to this Honorable House why there is no provision for special startup funds for the above named cities in this financial year 2021-2022 budget. Yet he knows that this is an established practice, and whenever new entities or local governments are created, startup funds are allocated to them to ease their taking off. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Right, Dr. Isingoma, your question should have been as short as what law government has in relation to the new cities. So, finance.
Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Dr. Isingoma for the concern. Madam Speaker, it is true, government in financial year 2020-2021 created a number of cities. And these cities were created out of the existing municipalities, and some parts outside the municipalities were annexed. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform this House that from 1st July 2020, all of these cities created became votes and were appropriated funds accordingly in accordance with the law. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Elijah.
Madam Speaker, I think the Minister of Finance must take this matter seriously. Madam Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, we had a struggle with the Minister of Local Government, and Honorable Minister was then the chairperson of the Finance Committee. And the Minister of Local Government did assure the House that we are going to bring a law for the establishment of the cities and their operations. The cities have been struggling on how to operate, getting the personnel, all this. But up to date, the last time I heard from the Minister of Local Government was from the newspapers. That was in July, that we are about to bring the bill after Honorable Semuju had asked that question. I think the pertinent question now is, Honorable Minister of Finance, I think the way we have been operating ad hoc. When is the Minister of Local Government bringing the bill for the establishment of these cities? Let us stop ad hocing. I think that's what we need.
Honorable Seungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this matter of funding is very important. And I want to implore Honorable Musasi, the Minister for Finance in this House, who has been a chair of finance, that in 10th Parliament we struggled when you are convincing the Parliament about the parish model. You did convince the whole country that the government was not in short of funds to finance the starting government institutions. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, I have 2 town councils that have not been funded. They have existing LCC chairperson.
Let's not talk about people's constituencies. What we need in place is the law.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker, that's not about the law. What's about is now the need for the finance to provide money to local government to fund these institutions. Do we have that money, or it is not there?
Speaker.
Honorable Seungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that the Honorable Minister, my good friend, is now under collective responsibility. When was the chairman of Finance Committee, all these matters were handled? Honorable Speaker, the intention of creation of cities was not a mere path. Cities must be resembling each other. As we talk now, Honorable Speaker, these cities, the Lord Mayors of those cities are almost, they're in the capacity of LC5 chairman. You hear the statement here that in Uganda is only 1 Lord Mayor, but we have over 5 cities. What we are praying for, Honorable Speaker, is
an order here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am shocked and surprised to hear members who were in the 10th Parliament and heard me clearly trying to request that we defer this matter to a certain time when government has matter. All the members speaking here were members of the 10th Parliament, and they all voted to create these cities. I clearly stated, Madam Speaker, when we were moving to create these cities, because I had had a chat with the Minister of Finance, and he said there was no money. I had spoken to the Attorney General. He indicated we needed to have first had a law in place to guide and operationalize these cities. There was no legislation.
Order.
There was no funding.
Order.
Madam
Order.
Speaker, are the members therefore in order to sit here and lament about funding when they participated in creating these cities? Are they in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
Order. The honorable member was a minister and a member of cabinet, and they are the ones who approved these cities before they approved this house. Is she in the order?
Order. Can all of you sit?
Information.
Can all of you sit? Even if the matter was brought in 10th Parliament, it does not mean that we should not have a law and a funding. A funding what? Yes. A program for it. Can we have the law and a funding program for these new cities? Minister of Finance, in consultation with the Minister of Local Government, report back to this house in 2 weeks' time. Rita, members, matters of national importance should not take so long. Rita, switch on.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance, but I would also want to say that my colleague from the city of Hoima, in the same case I represent the city of Mbarara City, you were guided on the matter to say that he should lead on the issue, and I will be there to back him up. But as well, when you guided on the matter for me to engage the minister, we are having a meeting on Friday, the 20th, to be able to discuss with him. And then if there are any other challenges, we shall revert to the House. Thank you, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you, Rita. Honorable Atima Jackson.
Thank you very much.
And kindly mention your name for answered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name's Atima Jackson Lee Buti, Member of Parliament representing Central Division, Arua City. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure and my maiden opportunity to thank you for this opportunity given to me to present a matter of national importance on the floor of Parliament. Madam Speaker, before I present that, I want to congratulate you upon your attaining of this seat. Congratulations, Madam Speaker.
Please switch on, switch on.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. Madam Speaker, the state of road section, that is Karuma to Arua, that connects Uganda to DRC Congo from Goli in Nebi, Vora in Arua, Lia in Arua City, and South Sudan through Oraba border, where Uganda earns a lot of foreign income through imports and exports of our products and essential goods, has completely become dangerous for motorists, especially from Olrio in Noya district, all through Pakwach, Nyaravur, Nebi, Madiokolo to Arua, leading to these border points I have mentioned above. causing a lot of accidents, delays, breakdowns of vehicles. Yet, Madam Speaker, Uganda is trying to promote trade with the DRC, which is now a major trading partner in this region. We appreciate the initiative taken to work on roads in DRC Congo to enhance the trade. But this bad state of road, Madam Speaker, derails this effort. Madam Speaker, a case in place, the bad state of road has almost caused loss of life to some members of this House in the recent past. Early this year, Madam Speaker, one of your members from this August House from West Nile rolled in his car, was admitted, and we thank God he recovered. 2 months ago, Madam Speaker, a member of parliament from West Nile overturned in his car. We thank God, courtesy of UPDF, he was airlifted and brought for further management in Kampala. Madam Speaker, there are several accidents that are happening on that road. Now, my prayer is, Madam Speaker, the state of that road, what is the government's plan, the immediate plan of trying to rescue the people of West Nile and those traders who travel to Congo and DRC that can enhance trade in this region? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I don't see the Minister of Works here, but Government Chief Whip, take this information to the Minister. I want him to call all the West Nile MPs as a region and have a meeting with them and discuss the state of the roads in the whole region and report back to this House.
Thank you.
It's not only one road. There are a number of them. Another person will get up and say road in Zombo, in a patch, but let him have a meeting at sub-regional level and report to this House in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. UNRWA has already done the same for Soga sub-region, and what we've decided is...
I am saying report in 2 weeks' time.
Right Honorable, it's difficult in 2 weeks' time because we will need to go down on the ground. We would request you give us a month because we want to do a comprehensive report. I request.
I want the Minister to call all the West Nile MPs and report
Order,
on
Madam
what
Speaker.
they found out and what action that he has for the roads of the area. Honorable Aleper Moses. Aleper Moses. Honorable Najumba Sarah. Lukwago Paul.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, this House, I'm raising on a matter of national importance to bring to your attention the plight of almost 1,000 people at Bukala village, in Indolo, in Kabila sub-county, in my constituency, in Chotera. Right Honorable Speaker, in 1933, the government of Uganda had allocated over 150 acres of land to Sango Bay Estates Limited. In 2000 and in the early 2000s, the government made re-entry on this land. However, in 1940s, people settled on this land, particularly at this village of Bukala. Unfortunately, a businessman called Mulengezi Faustin happened to acquire a title, block 831, on this land, public land. Too much terror has been meted on these people. Their houses are being razed, cattle are dying. The gentleman went ahead to close off a public access that connects to the nearest town, which is Kakuto, and is charging toll fees. Right, Honorable Speaker, the situation in Bukala is so appalling. My prayer is to the Minister of Lands. One, how did the purported landlord acquire a title on a public land? And then secondly, to the Minister of Internal Affairs to make a statement about this criminality that is being meted on these people. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lukwago. Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, give us a response to the question, and the Minister of Internal Affairs in 2 weeks' time. And I request of you, ministers, when we want a response from you, don't go and sit on your desk and just get a response. Somebody should visit the constituency, call the member of parliament and be there with the member of parliament, and then report to the House. And secondly, this business of ministers bringing me responses when I'm in the House must stop. I don't have time to read your reports. You're bringing reports when I'm in the House. How will I appreciate what you're reporting?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the directive you've given to the two ministers. From the issues raised by the honorable member from Chotera, there is a very clear inclination of criminality that may not need to wait for 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker. Would it be proper if you instructed the minister to immediately go in and first arrest an outlaw situation where an ordinary person is erecting a road toll and is levying fees from citizens?
It is a report that I need in 2 weeks' time, not the action. The action can be instant. Honorable Wandasi, so Minister, please, you need to act on that and see what is on ground. Minister of Internal Affairs. Who is the Minister of Internal Affairs? Minister of Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, members of parliament, I'll take up the matter and I'll report back in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you. Honorable Wandasi. Honorable Zawed Victorious.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Zawede Victorious, woman member of parliament, Nakasongola district. Allow me thank you for the transfer made for the new elected leaders to the House. It is really so good. But again, I would like to encourage my colleagues to observe the SOPs as we maintain the social distance. Right, Honorable Speaker, I arise on the matter of national importance on issue of the unfunded created new town councils and the delays of the return of the local revenue. Right, Honorable Speaker, as it is well known that government gazetted some new town councils all over the world, all over the country, and the case in point is Nakasongola district. 2017, Nakasongola was allocated with 2 town councils, that is Rampanga and Mairikiti. but up to date, they have never been funded. In 2020, we were given Katugo and Kazwama. Currently, these town councils have not been allocated with any budget. These town councils have a lot of things to do, and more so, they also went ahead. During these recent past elections, leaders were elected. They have poor service deliveries, which needs to be addressed. I therefore stand according to the background given to you and move that a supplementary budget should be approved for these new town councils and at least some crucial positions of about 10 staffs be recruited. Right?
Information.
This is my maiden speech,
Yes.
Right Honorable.
Information that will help the member.
Now, the information may help you in your maiden speech.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. I might be giving him yoga. Right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted just to give my colleague the information that they don't move the budgets like that. If you want to move that, you can only make prayers to the Minister of Finance that money be appropriated accordingly to the town council. But you cannot move a motion for the movement of the money in the maiden speech. So just make prayers to the Minister of Finance, make prayers to the Minister of Finance to help you avail funds through Minister of Local Government. Thank you.
Actually, Victoria's, your issue is just like that of cities that need funding. And that when they are making a report, they will make a report for cities, municipalities, those counties, sub-counties, and the rest. So that is taken care of. Local government and finance will report to that effect.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The other issue is about the delayed return of the local revenue.
Pardon?
The delayed return of the local revenue to the lower local councils. As it is well known that the government, through Minister of Finance, collects local revenue from the lower local governments, but it takes long to return it to the lower local governments. This has really affected their services at the grassroots. These lower local governments have got a lot of activities to do. For example, they have that activity of collecting garbage around their towns, paying casual laborers, and even other things as their activities are at the lower local councils. But
there is a procedure matter from Honorable Alum.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise not to disrupt my honorable colleague making a maiden speech, but Madam Speaker, I remember before we went for recess, there were issues out there which needed induction of members. Madam Speaker, at the very start of this meeting, I heard phones ringing loud, and these are some of the things which we can get when we do inductions. So, Madam Speaker, my procedural issue is, when are we having these inductions so that some of these issues we are seeing here can be addressed?
Order.
Honorable Alum, it is so unfortunate that you've interrupted Victoria's. That is something that is well known that we are going to do. The girl is making her, the Honorable is making her maiden speech. And you're telling us about your...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection given to me. But I would also want to call upon my honorable colleagues so that we combine efforts and assist these local governments. I know it may be a general problem in our country because our local governments are really suffering with the local revenue.
Thank you, that is okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
NTR, Minister, the issue is on the NTR.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your kind indulgence. The excitement of being in this chamber could actually make us lose very key issues. The honorable member from Nakasongola did raise a very, very pertinent issue relating to the requirement by the Minister of Finance of local governments to remit local revenue and then back and forth. But Mr. Speaker, first of all, that was an action by circular to local governments and running against the law, because the Public Finance Management Act, the Local Government Act, and the Constitution does not support the actions of the Minister of Finance. But, Mr. Speaker, her concern is a concern of so many local governments. If you go to most local governments, garbage is in heaps and bounds. Reason? Minister of Finance is making unholy bargains in the release of these finances. And in doing so, right, Mr. Speaker, we are incubating runaway corruption under this illegal arrangement. First of all, it requires the Minister of Finance to explain the legal basis of that directive under the law. But, Mr. Speaker, I am aware it was an illegal directive and is curtailing the performance of local governments. The Minister of Finance needs to come and explain their position on this matter so that we can allow local governments to perform, right, Mr. Speaker. It's a very huge matter.
Honorable Musasisi, there was a directive from PSST on NTR. It should not be used at source. It should be transferred to consolidated account. What Honorable Victorious is asking is what happens when it is time for the NTR to be returned back for the local activities.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under single treasury account, or revenues, both from taxes and non-tax revenue, go to the consolidated fund. What happens when this money goes to the consolidated fund? This money is expensed or transferred to the spending agencies in accordance with the law. And thank you so much, my brother, Honorable Sereko. Madam Speaker, what happens to revenues collected by local governments? They are sent to the consolidated fund as non-tax revenue, and this money is supposed to go back in full to the respective local governments. Madam Speaker, this is August, and the financial year opened on 1st July. I would wish to challenge, but it is her maiden speech I'm constrained, Madam Speaker. I would, in the future, I would challenge her to ask her respective local government.
Clarification.
From
Madam Speaker, I understand clearly what the minister is trying to explain, but is acting against the Constitution, some of the actions. Madam Speaker, when I refer you to Article 92, collection of taxes by local governments, Parliament shall by law provide 1, A, for the taxes that may be collected by local government for or on behalf of the government for payment into the consolidated fund. B, for a local government to retain for the purposes of its functions and services, a specified portion of the revenue collected for or on behalf of government from the district. So the law provides that Parliament should provide a law, and we provided that law under Local Government Act, Article 92. No, this is not. This is the latest.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker.
No, it is 192. 192.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to be clarified by the Minister how the elected leaders of these new administrative units are going to be facilitated. Because the administrative part of it, the civil servants, they are on the payroll. But these town councils have not been funded and there's no funding for them. How are these elected leaders going to be facilitated to do their work?
Madam Speaker, I realize in the new parliament, there are many questions regarding management of funds in the local governments, and I want to seek your indulgence to allow me come back in 2 weeks with a written statement responding to all issues of finance management relating to local governments.
Order.
Honorable members, Honorable Musa Sisi has just gone to the Minister of Finance. He's still maiden there. And what we could do is to give him the 2 weeks to report back to this House on what plans he has for one NTR. Henry, I'm talking to you. NTR on remittance back to where it's collected. And it's not only local governments. You find most of the MDAs are complaining, most of the institutions are complaining. And then on the funding aspect, somebody has just asked, how do you pay revenue? How do you pay the workers of those places? So we need a response from you in the next 2 weeks. Members, I want to, in the public gallery, this afternoon, we have a delegation and officials who participated, and athletes who participated in the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo from 23rd July to 8th August. And this include Dr. Patrick Bernard Ogwell, the General Secretary of National Council. You're most welcome. Honorable Ms. Beatrice Aikoro, Vice President, Olympics Committee. Beatrice, you're welcome. Dr. Don Rukare, the Chairman of National Council. Welcome, Doctor. Mr. Dominic Otuchet, President of Uganda Athletic Federation. Welcome. Mr. Peter Omara, Outgoing Commissioner of Physical Education and Sports. Welcome. Mr. David Katende, Assistant General Secretary. Welcome. Mr. Andrew Sorowen, Official of Athletics Tokyo. Welcome. Ganzi Mugula, the representative of athletics. Welcome. Miss Nanziri Catherine, an athlete. Welcome. Miss Nakai Alima, athlete. Welcome. Miss Shida Leni, athlete. Welcome. Mr. Semuju David, athlete. Miss Ijala Margaret is a coach. Welcome. Mr. Mowomusa Roderick. Welcome. Mr. Rihanda Patrick, coach. And Mr. Bugingo Nalis, coach. I have also been informed the gold medals and the silver and bronze had to travel to US. And as Parliament, we've promised when they return, we'll have an interaction with them and we'll have a dinner with the team as Parliament of Uganda.
Yeah, that's good.
And because we want to have the team up to leave early, then we continue with our business. I am now moving item 4 to be handled first. Item 4.
Item number 4, motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the team Uganda for its performance at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
There is a motion to pay tribute. There is a motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to Team Uganda for its performance at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. The mover is Honorable Magogo. Honorable Magogo. Sit.
Madam Speaker, you have informed Parliament that the people want to thank are in the US. The team that is available here is mainly of coaches and leaders. The procedure issue I am raising, Madam.
Order. Order. Order, Madam Speaker.
It's a procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you've introduced the members of the team.
Honorable Mpima, it was a procedural matter.
Yes, but he is misleading the House.
No, I am the chair of the House, and I am a chair of the House, and that's why I gave a disclaimer that the other team is not there. But since the order paper had come out, there is no way we would do away with the moving this motion. Some of the athletes are here, Honorable Sewongu. If you are not heard, I mean, Ibrahim, some of the athletes are here, but you can continue your procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, you've read me right today. I was just drawing your attention to the fact, because you said when they return, they will be coming back to Parliament and even have a dinner with Parliament. My prayer, as I raised this procedure issue, was whether this motion cannot be deferred until the golden people are back, so that they see the emotions of Parliament. And this story.
Information. Honorable Semuju, information. Information. Thank you, Honorable Semuju. I have heard your point of procedure and your advice to Parliament. But again, as sportsmen, we compete as a team. We have various roles to play for a various success. The team we are with here might have done so much as a part to the success of those who went to America. So it will be a bit of demoralization to think that only those on the field or only those who succeeded are the only ones who we should appreciate. As Parliament, let us do our role of appreciating the whole team. Then after, as guided by the Speaker, we can again appreciate those who excelled at the games.
You know, Honorable Semuju has never even kicked a ball, so he doesn't understand. Yes, information from Honorable Patrick.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I congratulate you also. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I'm giving is in support of Honorable Semuju's idea. These members participated, one in individual sport. They did not win in football, where you pass and one scores. When you run 10,000 meters or 5,000 meters, you run as Cheptegei, representing Team Uganda. So when you win a gold, why do others celebrate on your behalf? It would be very, very prudent that we have those athletes here who won the gold. Winning a gold medal in a world event, the most prestigious event in the world, Olympics, is not a mean achievement. And therefore, before we speak, Cheptegei could have been somewhere here. Chemutais should have been here. Yes. But now we are going to do a wedding without the
By the way, the coaches are here. And you should equally appreciate the work of those coaches. National Council of Sports is here. Without them, they wouldn't be there. And Parliament is here. Without us, we are the ones who appropriated money for them to go. We are thanking. It is for everybody out there. It is not for an individual.
Right,
yes,
Speaker.
Honorable. Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker. First of all, as a footballer, I want to confirm that Semuju plays football. So he has actually ever kicked a ball in defense, and he plays number 2.
Okay, Honorable Semuju, you play.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Olympics, the debate on Olympics is now. An attempt to defer when the matter is still very hot may not make a lot of meaning. And two, Right Honorable Speaker, our athletes are now on demand. There are many activities going on. You are going to find that as they come back from the US, there is likely to be another event, and they may not be here. So thinking that we will have them here all, Right Honorable Speaker, is just being speculative. I want to propose that we proceed and have the motion. Whatever will be discussed here will be extracted and forwarded to them, and they will be able to appreciate that Parliament was really grateful to what they did in as far as their contribution to this country is concerned. They don't have to be here. Right Honorable Speaker, we have done it before. The other day, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, information is on the permission of the one holding the floor. So I want to talk to the Honorable.
But at least I defended you when the Speaker thought you hadn't kicked a ball.
Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju.
Drawing your attention.
Honorable Semuju. What I can say, as Honorable Basalira said, it's either now or never. Thank you. Muba, government first wants to say something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to inform colleagues that our athletes are in the US for the Diamond League. They are going into another very important competition. The moment they know that Parliament sat, recognized their performance at the Olympics, it will give them much more, pleasure and energy to even fight for more recognition. So I just
Can I just
wanted,
ask some clarification from the
I
government?
ju-
From
I
the
just-
government.
I just wanted to put that on record that
From
as
the government side.
we support the
Honorable
motion.
Elijah, Honorable Elijah, government is speaking. Can you move of the motion?
He has given way.
Move of the motion.
Madam Speaker, I just
Move
wanted
of the motion.
to support the motion, Madam.
No, you'll support after moving.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Magogo, can you continue?
Can we have at least the medals to be on the table? We can be looking at the
Honorable
medals.
Magogo, can you continue?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament congratulating the Uganda Olympics team for their excellent performance at the 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo. Whereas the national objectives and directive principles of state policy 17 enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda mandates the state to promote recreation and sports for the citizens of Uganda. Aware that in fulfillment of the above objective and directive principle, Uganda sponsored a team of 26 to participate in the disciplines of athletics, boxing, swimming, and rowing at the 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo, held between the 23rd July to the 8th August 2021. Noting that the Uganda Olympics team, through the exceptional performance of the following individuals, won medals in the different athletics categories. Mr. Joshua Cheptegei, who is the current 5,000 meter and 10,000 meter world record holder, won a gold in the men's 5,000 and a silver medal in the men's 10,000 meter.
Order.
Yes,
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise on a point of order
please sit when there is somebody.
in relation to Honourable Minister Sam Mayanja, who is seated behind there and not putting on his mask properly. Is he in order to come and put on a mask as if he's in a wedding? Is he in order?
Honorable Mayanja, don't come to the house when you're putting on your mask like that. Honorable Magogo.
I'll proceed, right, Honorable Speaker, talking about the achievements of the different athletes. Miss Perth Chemutai won a gold medal in the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And Jacob Kiprimo won a bronze medal in the men's 10,000 meter. Recognizing that the 4 medals won by Uganda Olympics team in Tokyo are the highest number of medals Uganda has won in a single entry since 1956, when Uganda first participated in the Olympics Games. Cognizant of that, as a result of this excellent performance, Uganda came second to Kenya in Africa and secured the 36th position in the world. Considering that athletes that represent Uganda in various sports disciplines do not undergo the organic process of growth as compared to their competitors at international level, also that the talent of a world-class athlete should have gone through the following 6 stages at the right ages: identification of talent, nurturing, preparation, presentation, motivation, and reward. Also considering that these athletes do not have access to the necessary infrastructure and equipment for development and preparation for national and international competitions. Alive to the fact that the appropriation for sports is meager, and that for the financial year 2021-2022 was about 18 billion, which is just 3.5% of the Ministry of Education and Sports budget, but also 0.05% of the national budget. This amount has since been cut by the 40% general budget cut. Also observant that the sports advisors of His Excellency, the President, may have included the Olympics, the Commonwealth, and all Africa Games as the games to be rewarded for excellence, but missed out the most prestigious World Athletics Championship, where Ugandan athletes have excelled. Right Honorable Speaker, the World Athletics Champions are the equivalent of the World Cup in football. As we speak today, Mr. Manakaye is the reigning world 800-meter champion, having won gold in Doha in 2019, and has not been rewarded for her excellent performance, despite the fact that she's the world reigning champion as we speak. Another athlete, Ugandan Davis Kamoga, who deputized the greatest world quarter mile ever in Michael Johnson in the 90s, and won Uganda's first Olympic medal in 1996, after 24 years since Akibwa did it in 1972, has never received his promised entitlement from His Excellency the President, and currently speaking, Mr. Kamoga has a life-threatening medical condition that requires only 10 million Uganda shillings that he can't raise. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament congratulates the Uganda Olympics team that represented Uganda at the 2020 Summer Olympics, with particular recognition of Joshua Cheptegei, Ferus Chemtai, and Jacob Chiprimo for their excellent and remarkable performance. That Parliament considers increasing the appropriation for sports in the coming financial year. That Parliament requires that the Minister of Education and Sports presents to Parliament for approval a performance reward policy for athletes that represent Uganda and excel in various sports disciplines and international competitions. That Parliament urges government to fast track completion of the Teriet High Altitude Center, renovation of Mandela National Stadium that houses a number of sports disciplines, including the field and track events, acquisition, renovation, construction, and maintenance of regional, national, and international standard sports facilities. Also, urge government to fulfill its commitment and pledges made to all sports personalities who have won medals prior to 2021, particularly the current world champion, Mr. Manakaye and Davis Kamoga. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Moses Magogo. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Patrick Shagi, by Kinkisi, by Sereko Asumani, Honorable Jim Wesi, Government Chief Whip, the whole House. Thank you, thank you. Would you love to speak to your motion? Would you love to speak to your motion? Now that you've presented everything, if you don't have anything to say, the seconder can.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I will leave to the seconders of the motion to speak to the motion.
The seconders of the motion, we have Honorable Chemonges, 5 minutes each. Honorable Chemonges from Kapchora, where the athletes come from. Honorable Asumani, the chairman of the football or sports in Parliament. And then the Honorable Shaggy, the retired. Then I'll call all of you, don't worry. You will give him information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise up to second the motion of paying tribute and thanking our athletes who carried our flag high at the recently Tokyo Olympics 2021. aware that Uganda has been represented in the games for so long, allow me to thank our athletes for getting us 2 gold medals, 1 silver medal, and 1 bronze medal that were won by Chemtai, Kiblimo, and Cheptagai. Right Honorable Speaker, our athletes deserve a lot of support, just more than mere praises. Madam Speaker, Cheptagai is building a training center using his own money, and this has helped sports. In fact, all the gold medals we won recently is just out of influence or support from Cheptagai. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask this House, even if the Cheptagai, Kiblimo, and Chemtai are not around the House today, I want to ask this House, because we seem to be very happy with them, I want to request this House to support the fundraising initiative which has been done by Cheptagai. At least this House support him with at least 200,000 shillings. If the whole House can do that, we shall be able to raise about 100 million, and we hand it as Parliament to Cheptagai. Then, Madam Speaker, these athletes go through a lot of problems while they're training. I would also ask that this House can come up with a constitution. At least these sports people get salary per month and be pensionable. Because we have a lot of sportsmen from our place who are right now suffering like as if they never won medals. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable.
And I know next time it would be better to have them here.
In addition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. John, I'll give you after Honorable Sman and Honorable Polot. I will give all of you. I know you all love sports. By the way, we also have the former national athlete. And that's none other than our own. Honorable John.
It's just behind there.
And he was a team leader when Davis Kamoga won the silver medal.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. I stand to support the motion that this Parliament congratulates the Uganda Olympics team. And I'm particularly grateful to the mover of the motion, my brother, the Honorable Hashim Magogo. Right Honourable Speaker, we've paid...
Order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this very House, Honorable Ashman Wasalira raised a point of order requesting for a copy of a document which was being read by a honorable member. So can we also have a copy of a document? Because I'm seeing he's also reading a document.
The motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The document he's reading is the motion. He's having is the motion. He's not reading it.
Honourable Speaker, in any case, it was saturated, but he hasn't picked his iPad. That's his problem. But the motion was saturated, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I was diverted by my sports captain, soccer captain, I was making a point, Right Honourable Speaker, that in this Parliament, we've been congratulating sportsmen and sportswomen for a very long time. And it's really high time that we move beyond the congratulations. We've talked about the issue of increasing the budget of sports. Every time we are talking about sports, the issue of increment in the budget comes up. I wish, as we congratulate our sportsmen and sportswomen, the Olympians, we really move from speech to action. The next time we should be coming here, we should be talking about an increased budget for the sports, in action and not only in words. To what role, Speaker, we should be doing a lot of service to the sports fraternity if we also considered amending the relevant sports laws in this country. As we speak now, how sportsmen and women are appreciated is a matter left to the discretion of the president, actually the executive. The president decides who gets a vehicle, who gets a motorcycle, who gets money or a house. There is no clear framework. And moving forward, right on, Speaker, that framework can only be provided if we came here in Parliament and made an enabling law. So moving forward, right on, Speaker, we should be considering having an enabling framework. Right on, Speaker, while moving the motion, the Honorable Moses Magogo made mention of Mr. Kamoga, who is indisposed, Davis Kamoga. Just 10 million shillings. I would have requested each of us to contribute the 10 million shillings, but I thought I would be undermining the office of the Speaker to say we contribute 10 million shillings for Mr. Kamoga. I would rather leave it to the office of the Speaker to handle for purposes of not undermining your office. Right, Speaker, it is really unfortunate that somebody is coming and mentioning the plight of a former sports personality lacking 10 million shillings. Right, Speaker, I leave it to your office. Otherwise, I would have asked for fundraising here, but I leave it to your office. Finally, right, Speaker, in this motion, the mover makes mention of facilities that really need to be renovated. And he mentions Nambole National Stadium. Right, Speaker, we also have another facility, the Nachivubo Stadium. And I'm aware that there is already a partnership between the government and a private local investor, HAM. The other day, right, Speaker, there was a delegation of Parliament that visited Nachivubo. There is work going on in Nachivubo. I want to urge government to ensure that now that COVID is, the lockdown has been partially lifted, to urge the local investor to expedite the completion of Nakivubo Stadium, because it's also another complex housing different disciplines. So I only hope that moving forward, the Minister for Sports, whom I have seen, Honorable Hamson Obwa, should liaise with the private developer and ensure that this facility is also completed in time for purposes of increasing on the availability of sports facilities in this country. I beg to pray, right, on, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sumani. It's good you've not embarrassed the office of the Speaker. We will request Mr. Kamoga David to come to Speaker's office for the 10 million shillings. Honorable Paulot Shage.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm making my maiden speech in this Parliament. And I would beg members to observe that. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm speaking as a retired athlete. I agree with the move of the motion. I thank you, colleagues, and the Speaker for defeating us who wanted to defer this motion. But I would like to say we are celebrating and harvesting where we have not invested much. As far as athletics is concerned, I would like to say that coaches and the managers have been so wonderful to produce us gold medals with no investment at all. The allocation we have in our budget to support athletics is so small that it can't even run one day's training. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I'll tell you that I personally am an example of low investment in athletics. I was summoned to the national athletics team for training. I refused. I was dragged there by my tutor, Era Mugisa. And I told him I don't have money for feeding. He told me we give refreshments. And when I appeared for training, the training was so tough, at the end of the day, I was given one mango. I ate it, even I almost ate the seed. And it took me 3 days to wake up from my bed in the hall. I couldn't attend lectures, and I abandoned completely. So these people to win gold medals with this low investment is so bad. It's a shame. But they have only gone ahead to tell us that there is a lot we can win. We could take athletics and sports as just entertainment. How about tourism, where we get a lot of money? It's these athletes, these sportsmen who advertise this country more than even the money we put in these adverts. Right, Honorable Speaker, Olympic event in the world is watched by around 4 billion people. And therefore, for you to make any advert for 1 minute, you need to pay around $2 million. But when these athletes run and the commentator is saying Uganda, 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 for about 30 minutes, it saves us about $60 million. When another one appears, we are saving money we would have spent if we had to advertise our country for us to get tourists here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, supposing we invested money in these athletes, it therefore means we would have been harvesting around 50 gold medals, would have been the best in the world. I therefore would like to say, government, we say thank you for trying to do something in football, although not enough. Football is getting around 10 billion a year in our budget, just 10 billion. Why don't we make a standard for these high-rising athletes which are bringing us good results? Athletics and netball. Our netballers with a small investment participate up to World Netball Championship. They even lift the African gold medal with very small investment. At one time, our netballers had a tournament in Zanzibar. I found them the day before at Nachivubo, trying to raise money to buy bus tickets to Zanzibar. They traveled, arrived in Zanzibar, 20 minutes to play off. They went by bus up to Dar es Salaam, crossed the whatever, the sea, arrived with the swollen legs, and they entered the court and still won the game. So those are areas where we have very fertile ground. So why don't we say as a standard, athletics and football, netball, why don't they all operate at around 10 billion?
The good thing you are the chairman budget. Budget.
Now you are talking.
Can you
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to make it clear. The Constitution, there is an article which says the budget committee, the budget will be brought by executive and referred from Parliament to the budget committee, which shall shall analyze and review and make a recommendation to Parliament. Therefore, the Minister of Finance is here. I would like to pray this Parliament to order the Minister, before he brings a budget, to make an allocation to athletics and netball of a minimum of 10 billion. If they don't do it, then we shall do as a committee, we shall convince our members to make a review and do reallocation to provide for that money and recommend to Parliament. We only pray Parliament, you support our submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I beg to move.
Professor Mushemesa, Solo, Honorable Sereko, first 3 people.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a former national
2 minutes.
As a former national athlete and a former president of Uganda Athletic Federation, I'm very happy to support this motion. I recall very well in 1991, while in the World University Games, and I was with Madame Beatrice Aikor, who has been introduced as the Vice President of Olympics. We ran with an American. The American
took 5 years to win a gold medal. It takes time. It takes a lot of investment and training to win a gold medal. The Davis Kamoga you have had during our times, he was actually a footballer. We identified his talent, we encouraged him to join athletics. And when he won the silver medalist in Gothenburg in Sweden in 1997, I was a team leader. Davis Kamoga subsequently won a bronze in Olympics. So you have to put in a lot of effort and investment to produce a gold medal. And that's why I want to call upon government to expedite facilitating and building the high altitude facility in Kapchorwa so that our athletes can have facilities where to train. Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful that your office is going to provide 10 million to help Davis Kamoga, our former national athlete, whom I associated with, to solve his problems. Madam Speaker, our athletes who are abroad, when they hear that we have applauded them, they will be encouraged. They will be encouraged very much. And I want to thank the coaches who are up there. I've had Naris Rugonji, he was my coach when we ran, he's there. When we ran marathon from Kabare Stadium to Katuna border and back to the stadium. He was my coach when we were running that marathon. So I want to also applaud Honorable Achon, who is here. I was his coach, and I'm very happy to see him here. So as a government, we need to put in...
Honorable Solo, the Shadow Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm Geoffrey Kayemba Solo, MP Bukomansimbi South, and a Minister for Sports in brackets.
Shadow Minister for Sports.
Shadow in brackets. I'm rising on a matter of congratulating on a motion of congratulating our brothers and sisters from the athletics world. I think we would have been with many winners if we had a system that identifies talent at a low age. We don't have only athletes in Kapchorwa. Even in areas like where I come from, Bukomansimbi, we had a man, Kavito Chana Chambata, who is the best in 100 meters. But due to the fact that we didn't have a proper system in Bukomansimbi, we didn't have a proper system to tap Chana Chambata. That's how we missed him. Now, I'm asking the government to put up a proper medal awarding system. We can see countries like Estonia, where a person who wins a gold medal gets like $700,000 and silver, bronze, and a plus. But here, when Mr. Museveni is happy, he gives them a goat and maybe a car. When he's not in the mood, he doesn't give them anything. So we need a proper awarding system to avoid circumstances like that of my brother, Sechitoreko, who disappeared in Japan because he had won a lot of medals, but he knew coming back to Uganda, nothing would get. So to avoid that thing and to motivate them, we...
Honorable Sereko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I also rise up in support of the motion as has been tabled by the Honorable Hashim Suleiman Magogo, the President of the Federation of Ugandan Football. Right Honorable Speaker, three issues that we need to tackle in order to get sports excellence. One, proper facilitation of managers and coaches. We've all praised them. I didn't hear amongst the rewards that they will also be rewarded by payment of, let's say, 2 million shillings until they pass on or whatever period. Now, that calls for proper legislation by this August House. We talked about the athletes. There is no athlete that can perform without a coach, without a medical team. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of construction of facilities. At least every region or sub-region should have a model stadium for field and track events plus an indoor stadium. These are things we can appropriate and legislate for. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, two things to capture. Schools used to organize the post-primary competitions as ways of identifying and nurturing talent. Now you find that schools are being licensed without sports facilities. Please, I'll take it.
Thank you, honorable colleague, for giving way. Right, honorable speaker and honorable colleagues. I am Salongo Kakembo Mikairi Mwatekamwa of Entebbe. I am standing to give information about.
Honorable Mbwa, you have one minute.
Thank you, honorable speaker. I am here to add one, that is high time Parliament to consider separation of these ministries. It's high time we should have a minister for sports separated from Ministry of Education. It is very unfortunate that honorable speaker, we are here motivating and encouraging our athletes in absence of the line minister. It's high time that we should consider that. The Ministry of Education has its own problems, and sports is very, very big. When we talk of sports, it does not mean only footballers or athletes, but there are so many other varieties in Uganda. If we can have a
Honorable
minister.
Honorable Mbwa, I'm not sure whether Minister of Education has problems. If they had problems, we wouldn't be performing. If you want it separated, just say it should be separated, not that it has problems.
Most obliged, right, honorable speaker. My humble prayer is that Parliament should consider separating these ministries.
Okay.
We have quite a lot of talents that needs a different ministry to help us develop as many talents as possible in this country.
Honorable
Thank you.
Mpima, first seat, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Honorable Mpima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Mpindi Bumari, and I want to begin by thanking you for supporting sports, Right Honorable Speaker. But I also want to thank government, because for the first time these Olympic Games, government has moderately facilitated the Olympic and the Paralympic Games that are going to begin next week, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Magogo, in his submission, he requested that Parliament consider increasing funding for the next financial year. But Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request him to consider requesting Parliament to increase funding beginning from this financial year by making a supplementary budget, because Right Honorable Speaker, 2022 is the Commonwealth Games. And right now, the National Council of Sport has only 10 billion. And these athletes, to go for these games, they need to go through the pathway by going through different competition like you've had where our athletes are. But with 10 billion, I am assuring you, nothing can be done, and we can't front a good team to represent us in the Commonwealth Games. But I also want to say that I was extremely happy when I saw almost everyone here supporting the motion to increase funding for sports sector. But on a lighter note, Right Honorable Speaker, I have been sitting in the gallery as a sportsman, and I have been seeing these kind of support happening in Parliament. But when it comes to
Honorable Lanya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, I join in congratulating our colleagues for making Uganda proud. We are really so happy as a country. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Sports should really strengthen games and sports in schools. Right, Honourable Speaker, today we are seeing the Cheptegei and his colleagues, but tomorrow next, they may not be there, and the spirit of games and sports shall die in this country. Right, Honourable Speaker, schools nowadays emphasize on academic performance. There are so many schools without playing ground, and the ministry is busy giving them licenses, allowing them to operate. Right, Honourable Speaker, we need to promote and encourage games and sports right from the tender age, right from primary schools. Let the children be uplifted. Right, Honourable Speaker, during the games in Tokyo, we really witnessed and we saw that there are very few morale boosters. Right, Honourable Speaker, as a country, many people can pay for their own air ticket. Next time, let us mobilize and we allow people to move in large number to morale boost our people. After winning, the field was so cold because Ugandans were not there. Yet we were performing very well. Right, Honourable Speaker, finally, let government should not forget the families of these great people. We have seen families of the late John Akiva. Now government does not know where they are. Family of Aya now is no longer to be any.
Ibrahim, John,
Thank you.
Mapendusi, Three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank the movers of this motion asking Parliament to recognize the wonderful job done by our athlete during the Olympics, particularly those who won medals. Madam Speaker, there are not many things to be proud about our country. The other day also, the images the president was displaying on TV, soldiers beating and torturing people, beating women. I contrasted these images with the ones of the Minister for Education when she was cheering up the athletes in Olympics. I therefore want to thank the Ugandan Team Uganda, that they have made us as a country proud. The world does not have to watch for soldiers. Those who are here can take the message, beating citizens, policemen torturing women. At least now there is a very good story to tell about Uganda. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to associate with the submissions of all my colleagues on funding of sports. I know COVID is a serious pandemic, but to turn a national facility like Nambole into a COVID center. 1 second, because I'm a neighbor of Nambole. Now Nambole is just known for COVID. No wonder the president can testify. The other day, we were supposed to host games, and the Minister for Sports, Honorable Bua, said, we now don't have a facility that can host international matches. We may host our next international match in Kenya or Rwanda. I want to call the historicals, the Honorable Jim Mwezi. 35 years later, you can't construct a facility for Uganda. And you want us to celebrate history.
Honorable Semuju, that's a personal attack.
Order.
I make order. That's a personal attack on Honorable Jim. He is not.
Order, Right Honorable Speaker. This is not the first time Honorable Semuju Uganda referring to me whenever he has nothing to say, better to say. I know his views about me, and I can tell him that it's mutual. The relationship is mutual. But is it in order for him always, when he runs short of ideas, to refer to me?
Honorable Jim, I think he didn't have what to say. That's why I had to say your name. John?
Speaker, I am very sorry to Honorable
Okay.
Jim Mwezi. I only used him as a historical. Now, I will stop referring to him as historical. I didn't know it offends him. I was only making a point that 35 years into power, and
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this chance, and I stand up in support of the motion moved by Honorable Magogo. Now, in his motion, he mentioned something to do with the high altitude stadium in Tariet. I have just visited there 3 days ago, and I interacted with the contractors, but more so the contractor, the one building the stadium. It is about 70% complete. I thought maybe it was the part of the contractor which was where the weakness came from. But the contractor informed me, Copland, that it is actually government. For example, in the center of the running ways, there is a field. Now, government keeps changing designs every other day. And so it makes the contractor not to move the work. Secondly, Madam Speaker, these luminaries are ours, but they have a time frame between their youth and before they go into womanhood or manhood, they will have ended. I had a motion from, a speech from Honorable Chemonges. If this house, if this country could be able to get a way of remunerating them throughout their life after they have done such wonders. Madam Speaker, I want to refer to you. Those luminaries who were here, the Inzukurus, the Akibuas and others, just check on them and see the life they live, by the way. That would form us really to remunerate and have laws that will bring them into remuneration. And
Press it. Press.
I want to thank you again. Now, very lastly, Madam Speaker, without tribe, party, or everything, you saw this country in unison coming up just because of these sportsmen, athletes, and others. That's how we should move. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mapendusi, then it will come to Asinansi, Alum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Information, Madam Speaker. In 2013-2014, the Shadow Minister for Education and Sports did submit, propose to this Parliament that government do pay monthly allowances to all sportsmen and women of this country who wins medals, a monthly allowance of at least 1 million shillings, Madam Speaker. And it did also propose 2 million shillings to all the coaches who have been training these sportsmen and women. Madam Speaker, my prayer is that this Parliament do adopt and government implement this proposal, Madam Speaker. Beg to submit.
Mapendusi, Alum.
Madam Speaker, I'm up in total support of the motion raised by the Honorable Moses Magogo. Madam Speaker, this country needs to give a lot of attention to games and sports. In 2017, Uganda hosted the East Africa Secondary School Games. But before the event, the Ministry of Education failed to provide the resources to prepare the facilities that were meant for these games. And for fearing that our country would be embarrassed, as chairman of GULO that time, I mobilized the community and we rehabilitated Pages Stadium. Women and children and everyone came and made sacrifices to prepare the facility. And indeed, we are told that was the best game organized by Uganda under the East Africa Secondary School Games. Fortunately, the Honorable Moses Magogo attended. Later on, a commitment was made that Pages Stadium and other regional sports facilities would be rehabilitated. Unfortunately, to this day, that commitment has never been implemented. Right, Honorable Speaker. I think it is important that when commitments are made, especially by government, that needs to be pursued and has to be implemented. Otherwise, sometimes Madam Speaker, I do not know who has bewitched this country, that we make commitments and we don't implement. Secondly, Madam Speaker.
Nobody has bewitched our country.
Thank you. That calls for a lot of improvement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But secondly, a few days ago, together with the Honorable Anthony Akol, we were in Gulu. We met a team of the Uganda Crane players who are right now camped in Gulu. We are told they are running around the country looking for who can help them. And today they're in Gulu trying to persuade the leadership of Operation Wealth Creation to support them. I will tell you what they told us, and Honorable Akol is here. One of them said they are so disappointed that they are trying to find ways of leaving this country so they can show their talents elsewhere. It is not wrong for anybody to leave the country, but it should not be because the country cannot provide what it takes to support these people. Right, Honorable Speaker. I have a lot of hope in this parliament, the 11th parliament. And so we need to begin working the talk.
Honorable Alum, then you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
After Honorable Alum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the motion by congratulating Team Uganda for winning all the medals that they won. Specifically, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the first woman, the first lady who won gold for this country at an international level. We as women and Ugandans are really proud of her. But Madam Speaker, I think we have talked enough as Parliament. We have to act. Madam Speaker, I want to support the motion, more especially the part which is urging us to contribute 200,000 to help Cheptegei build a national stadium. But Madam Speaker, what is the government doing? Yes, as Parliament, we are willing to support. But what about the government? I want the minister, he's here, to come and tell us what the government is prepared to do. Is it in terms of supplementary? Madam Speaker, we got the first medal in this country by the late John Akibwa. And government promised that Akibwa Stadium would be built. But Madam Speaker, it's sad. Up to now, Akibwa John is dead, but we have not yet seen the implementation of Akibwa Stadium. I also want the government to come clear and tell us, on top of the high altitude center, which we have been demanding for, when is Akibwa Stadium be built? Not only Akibwa Stadium, Madam Speaker, Uganda has enormous talent. All the regions have unique abilities. Madam Speaker, allow me complete this. I beg. Madam Speaker, we have unique abilities in different regions. For example, Madam Speaker, We need to diversify the different sports disciplines. For example, when I was young, people used to play javelin, they used to play shot put, they used to play high jump. Madam Speaker, when you look at all corners of this region, for example, there are people with big arms. Those ones can play short put very well. There are those ones who are slender and tall, like Honorable Call here, can be high jumpers, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Malende.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Shami Malende, the District Woman Representative for Kampala. I rise to support the motion for appreciating our authorities for making Uganda proud. But I wish to add, and as the Shadow Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I'm saying that we can talk from morning to evening, but if there is no clear legislation governing sports, then each and every other parliament will continue appreciating and just congratulating our sports persons. So my submission is that a clear legislation should be brought on table. This is a lawmaking house, and it has to go beyond mere proposals and commitments by the government. It has to be the law. And that one, when the law is finally passed, I beg and I ask that that legislation must be respected by all entities and persons. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Akol. Sise. Emat Sise.
Madam Speaker.
Gulu.
Madam Speaker, let me add my voice to support this motion by Honorable Magogo. Madam Speaker, the day we got the second gold medal, that was the day we were waiting for you at the tent and there was noise all over Uganda. I didn't understand what was happening until when I was told that Uganda has gotten another gold medal. Madam Speaker, the problem we have with sports, when they lose, we will say they have lost. When they win, we will say Uganda has won. That is the problem. We only recognize when they have won. We don't recognize when they have struggled and failed. When we don't facilitate them to do the right work. Madam Speaker, when the mover of the motion was talking here, he mentioned something about 3% of our budget on education only goes to sports. I am wondering, the ministry is called the Ministry of Education and Sports. Now, if we have 100% budget of the ministry and 3% goes to the sport, why do you call it Ministry of Education and Sport? Then we have to deliver it now and say, maybe if we are saying in the Ministry of Education and Sport, 10% to go for sports. That is our position as Parliament of this House. And we should resolve here, and it should be done today. But if we keep talking and we say, let us increase the budget, let us increase the budget, when are we going to realize the reality we want in sports? My position is that when we want to see something changing in the country, we need to take action. I then try to implore this Parliament to resolve today that 10% of the budget of education should go to sports. That is my position.
Cecilia Ogwal. Alan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to join Parliament in paying tribute to these people who have done so well and made Uganda proud. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to recognize the year of 1956 when Uganda entered the Olympic. For those who want to learn history, I'm not a historian, but I love to learn history. You recall, Right Honorable Speaker, that was the year a Ugandan led a team of footballers to the United Kingdom. And they tried to play football with boots they could not manage. So they played football barefooted and they defeated all those distinguished teams in the United Kingdom. And the captain of that team was called, I think the minister would know. Huh? It was called who? Owing Manasseh. The man was called Owing Manasseh. It was Lango local government then. There was no Dokolo at that time. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And the same history has recorded that there are distinguished Ugandans who have done Ugandan proud. But after they have invested in their own skills to that level, we as a country don't recognize these people well enough. That is my concern, Right Honorable Speaker. I know, that's one more. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember last 2 weeks ago before you sent us out, I had moved the motion on the floor of Parliament to include a clause in the motion to ask government to come to Parliament with a plan of how Uganda government is going to invest in sports. That, Right Honorable Speaker, we have not yet received. But you had given them 1 week to present that report. Up to now, the investment plan in sports has not yet been presented. Right Honorable Speaker, may we use this motion to demand that the minister responsible for sports must come to Parliament and present a plan, immediate plan, medium-term plan, and a long-term plan of how this country is going to invest in sports, because the young men and women who are struggling at the moment are spending money from their own pocket and using their parents' resources. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that government should take sports seriously to promote the image of this.
Honorable Alan,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Joel, Betty, and I come this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time you have given us. And we also thank you for the 10 millions you are giving to Davis Kamoga. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate the Olympic team for that tremendous performance in the International Olympics. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow honorable members, Olympic Games happen every after 4 years. It is like the World Cup of every game in this world. So for someone to become number 1, 2, or 3 is not something we should be taking as very light. I would like to call upon the Minister of Sports to inform the President of this country that giving out a car, a smaller car, and a smaller house, and 5 million is not an appreciation enough to someone who has won an Olympic gold medal. I have ever had the President give $1 million to the national football team, the Uganda Cranes, just for reaching an Africa Cup of Nations, which is a quarter of the Olympics. So why then doesn't he give $2 million as appreciation to the Olympic team, so that each member of the team, whether performed or she didn't perform very well, gets appreciated for performing for our country? The President should not be segregative. We had him appreciate through his brother all the musicians. These people are moving out with 500 million per person, 800. The promoters are getting 1 billion each. Why not sportsmen? So, Mr. President, you should be very serious with the sports. I saw Lionel Messi put on a jersey, visit Uganda. After Rwanda putting in so much money, Kiplegai won a gold medal.
It is bad.
Was Uganda for me.
Honorable Alan.
The President appreciates sports.
Honorable Alan, it is bad manners when your time is over.
No, you are very passionate about sports. Now, sports to you is very cheap.
the dam that has made us, and as a country, we have been mentioned on several TV stations.
Honorable Alan, can you sit down?
Thank you very much.
At least the president has given something small. What have you given as parliament? Somebody is saying we contribute 200,000 and everybody has gone cold. Joel?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to join colleagues in congratulating our sportsmen and sportswomen.
By the way, don't bring your personal emotions in the house. This is a house of legislature, not emotions. And we are debating issues that will help Uganda, not persons. Yes, Joel?
Right Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, I rise to join colleagues in congratulating our sportsmen and sportswomen. Right Honorable Speaker, this is an emotional subject matter. Growing up, I used to hear that a promise is a date. But eventually I learned that many times promises are not taken serious. We have made promises to sports and to sportsmen and sportswomen in this country. Promises which we have not been deliberate about keeping. We keep reaping where we have not sown. We will meet here, congratulate them, they will be taken to Entebbe, we congratulate them, but how much are we investing? How much are we sowing? Maybe if we were sowing a lot more, we would be reaping a lot more. And briefly, Madam Speaker, I can take you through one or two promises that have been made that have not been kept. There was a promise of a pension scheme for nationally acclaimed athletes. That was a promise made ahead of the 2016 presidential elections. To date, it's not been fulfilled. There was a promise to provide incentives for private sector investments in sports. That has not been fulfilled. There is no structure to make sure that gets to happen. Madam Speaker, there was a promise, and the colleague has talked about it, $1 million to Uganda Cranes after the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. That money has not been fulfilled. Finally, Madam Speaker, everyone has talked about the Stephen Kiprotich High Altitude Training Center in Teriet. It was meant to be completed in 2019. To date, the gentleman is now making, fundraisers and all of that. I think that we need
Honorable Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. On behalf of the people of Gulu City and on my own behalf, I would like to congratulate the medalists. The day the flag of Uganda flew up high, everybody in Uganda was excited. I was in Gulu and there was a lot of noise and I was wondering and I was out. People said, come and see our Ugandans. So that was the first one. The first gold medalist. Everybody was excited. The way we get excited means that sport is a real area of investment. Those days when we were in primary and in secondary school, at least you could see that sport was held up high. What has changed? That right now, you don't even hear of primary kids going to what? Going to compete. This competition would make us try to, see those who are talented in that area, and then you keep on building their what? Their talents. Right now, those from Sebe and those from the East, they do the work themselves. It's not the government. Before we can talk about fundraising from individuals, from the office of the speaker, why can't we actually task the Ministry of Sports or the Ministry of Education and Sports to make sure that they budget Paralympic, even the people with disability? Sometimes you see that individually we have to shoulder. We cannot shoulder.
Honorable Ababiku. Ababiku Jessica.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I join the rest in congratulating our team for having made us proud. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have listened carefully for all the congratulatory messages for the 10 years I've been in this house. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm tempted to believe strongly there is a unique skill and knowledge that we can tap from that region of Sebei. Because I know government supports all the schools in sports. How much is the question? But why is it that it is only that region that often makes us proud? Can Ministry of Education and Sports get why these people perform better than other regions and we exchange knowledge and skills? Two, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that we need to have specific budgets for the rewards. We are now leaning on the fountain of honor, and we cannot really press him to the extent that we need. Therefore, I request that for the rewards that
Information,
should go
Madam
to
Speaker.
specific people rather than structures that can benefit the entire country, we should put it in budget so that the sportsmen and women will know that when we win,
Information,
this is
Madam
what we are
Speaker.
going to get.
Information, Honorable Babiko.
When you give out your time, I will not give
Right
out
Honorable
your time.
Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member. Yeah,
She
thank you.
has not given you time.
No,
Can
she-
you?
she has
I
given.
have
It's good
not
information.
given.
It's
Let
good
me
information
conclude.
to you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
It's good information.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also concur with members that our ministry should be able to circulate the sports calendar. Not all of us are sports women and men, so that when we sit in this house, we shall be able to budget and also support the government initiatives for the calendars. Thank you so,
Honorable
so much,
Babiko,
Right Honorable
just information
Speaker.
to you over that one. Very urgent and salient.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chelanga Talinga Solomon are my names. I rise in support of the motion, and I would like just to share an experience that I had with some of our athletes when we went to Kenya. Right Honorable Speaker, from Kenya, the government taps this resource at an early stage. And the way they tap, they provide playing grounds in every constituency. My prayer, Honorable Speaker, is that we try as much as possible to provide these playing grounds in Sabay sub-region. You know that talent is tapped at an early stage. Now that high altitude training center is in Kapchorwa, those people from Buko, the young ones from Buko who could begin training cannot travel up to Kapchorwa. My prayer is that the ministry could consider and have those training facilities in every constituency in Sabay sub-region, and we consider also other areas. Thank you very much.
Honorable Caro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Chinsha Patience, Kanunguman
Patience.
MP. I rise to support the motion of Honorable Magogo. I congratulate our celebrities for making us proud. My prayer is, I propose that the government of Uganda can build a facility or an institution purposely for sports, where the sportsmen and women who are talented can be catered for in terms of tuition, in terms of everything, so we can have a sports camp that is purposely meant to build our gifted young men and women. And I want to thank the President of Uganda for recognizing our athletes who worked so hard. It's a shame when someone stands in the house and belittles or undermines the little they have been given. We can't compare countries. Countries have different economy and they have what they can give them. Thank you.
Wilson.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nyabushozi, I wish to support this motion and congratulate our golden boys and ladies and men who made us so proud. Right Honorable Speaker, moments of national unity, moments of absolute exhilaration, moments that enjoy absolute bipartisan support in the August House are only golden moments. These are the moments that the motherland Uganda should cherish. I want to applaud the leadership of the team in Tocho. They definitely did us proud. It's not only those who on the track, but the field, but also the leadership was excellent. And the leadership extends to the minister and the president and the team in the gallery. I now make this proposal, Madam Speaker. The minister in charge of sports should come to this house and tell us exactly what he wants this house to do once and for all, so that every time we stand here and give tribute to them, everything is being put in practice. And this is so that they should be paid. I listened to the president at Korolo, and I wonder why presidential directives are not put in practice. It is a shame. I would want to see these gold medalists invited at national functions, independence and other functions, and rubbing shoulders with the guests and presidents of the day. I would want to see them being recognized nationally, having gold medals, medal of Katonga, medal of all the medals that we give. We should also award them medals here. Madam Speaker, I want national sports.
Honorable.
Thank you
very much.
Switch on.
Used to. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is, I'm a sports lady myself, even back home. Thank you. I support the motion of Honorable Magogo. Mine is about the Sebei sub-region. If Parliament would choose one of the districts and make it a sports district. A sports district and accord it a status, because they have really done a great job for us. Two, those medalists that Parliament would include to make them pensioners for their families and relatives to enjoy this and make them pensioners in our country. I thank you.
Honorable Sarah. Honorable Chemongis, I thought you talked.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to congratulate our athletes for this wonderful achievement. However, Right Honorable Speaker, for the last 10 years I've been in Parliament, every time there is an achievement in the pitches, we come here, talk, and after talking, it's business as usual again, and we come back and lament. I hope, Right Honorable Speaker, moving forward after this, that we shall see more funding to sports, but also, Right Honorable Speaker, while we allocate the little resources towards sports, there is also a problem when it comes to other disciplines, the athletes. There is more focus on more funding given to football as compared to the other disciplines. And this also needs to be looked at. Right Honorable Speaker, I was with Nziku, our gold medalist, and she actually narrated to me the pain that they actually go through. We are here celebrating, but we need to celebrate these coaches, Right Honorable Speaker, because they are the ones who make these athletes. And they are the ones who have actually been funding these athletes almost single-handedly. Government comes in at the tail end. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest that as we celebrate the gold medalists, let us celebrate the coaches, but also let us ensure that in the next budget, there is adequate funding for sports, because it is a source of not only pride to this country, but also a source of employment. We have so many youths in this country, they lack the facilities to train from, and Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot only look at Kapchorwa, because we have youth in every part of the country.
I want to propose that government considers constructing different facilities in different parts of the country so that the ones in Arua can train.
Honorable Nyachi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I add my voice on congratulating our athletes who made Uganda shine. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out the role of National Council for Sports, because when I was trying to find out its mandate, it develops, promotes, and controls sports activities in Uganda on behalf of government. And people were saying that the athletes are coming from one side. I'm so excited that when Chemtai won the gold medal, every district was claiming Chemtai, putting the names even in their own languages. So how can we identify athletes in Shema, the sports people in Shema, who can bring Uganda gold medals? Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, in primary schools, there used to be PE, physical exercise. And I believe that was one of the things that would identify people, their talents and everything. So does National Council wait until the athletes show themselves, or they work with the districts to identify the talents of the young people? When you look at the current Tokyo sports that were there, the athletes that were there, UK, USA sponsored so many people. No wonder that's why they had very many golds, bronzes, silvers, name it. We took very few people and were only clinging around the very few people that represented us. I didn't see many people in other kind of sports that were there, the javelins, the what, yet we have people who can really bring gold.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise up to support the motion. I want to thank our athletes and all the team.
Phyllis, you need to say your name for answered papers.
Thank you, Madam. I am Chemtai Phyllis. Yes. Woman member of Parliament for Kapchorwa district. I'm from the district where Cheptegei Joshua comes from, where Kiprotich Stephen comes from, and therefore I have two golden medals from the from Olympics. Yes, I was also a sports lady. It means Chemtais are very good sports ladies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you that the people of Kapchorwa got very excited when they heard that their children had brought back medals to the country. And therefore, they said, what can this country do for us? They requested for a sports city. Sports city. I want to thank Honorable Mary, Honorable Ababiku for supporting the idea that Kapchorwa or Sebe region is a unique district. It has a different talent altogether. Yeah, if given the opportunity, we can still bring more medals to this country. Yes.
Government, are you listening?
Yes.
Next.
The other thing which they requested was a sports science institution.
Okay, press.
Or sports university, sports science university or institutions which can support some of these children to go further in their education.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Basil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Bataringaya Basil Wankwene, MP Kashar North Mbarara District. I rise in support of the brilliant motion brought by Engineer Honorable Magogo. When you speak about youth, when you speak about sports, you speak about youth. These two are two different ministries. Youth is a different ministry, and the education where sports is in a different ministry. We could be thinking of bringing them together. Secondly, Jesus used to speak in parables. In Uganda, we have survived on rains, good rains, and fertile soils for a long time. But these, to a certain extent, reach a time and dwindle. And our people will eventually have no food. Similarly, in sports, we have survived on goodwill coaches, paid very poorly, and natural talent, which is not harvested. Therefore, I wish to suggest the following. One, our Ministry of Education and Sports, when they are still together, to bring here a comprehensive plan fitting with the National Development Plan, giving us what they plan to do to appraise sports. Especially setting up.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For the record, this is my maiden speech, and I'm Amos Kankunda Chiwika, perhaps the only Munyankole with the royal connection of Soga. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing to associate myself with the rest of the colleagues about supporting sports. But beyond that, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to look at the sports in terms of restricting the new areas like the town councils to have facilities, like we've said, in schools. Because here in Kampala, by the time I was a young man in Kampala, Lugogo had enough of the sports pitches. But right now, as I speak, we only have indoor stadium and KCCA. And therefore, it is important that we note the yearning of the youth out there in our constituencies, even in Kampala, finding small pitches where they can play or run. I want to applaud those who have made an effort, but also to ask Parliament to put in position and gazette areas where we can have these sports. It is always said that—
Information. Thank you, my colleague, for giving way. As you advocate for sports, I want the House to have information that this House appropriated 30 billion shillings for renovation of Nambole Stadium, the only facility we have in this country with all our pride. Even our national football team now is supposed to play an international match with Kenya. I don't know, maybe they will go and play in South Sudan. So after appropriating 30 billion, up to now, Minister of Finance has released zero because they think sports is not, they say it's not a priority. They are released zero. So that's information I wanted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the information, my chairman of the Budget Committee. I wanted to conclude by saying that whereas we've been making promises as government, this time, let it be like the idiom where we say that, for example, I was rescued at the 11th hour. Let it be the 11th Parliament that will rescue the sports and athletics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm Ezama Siraj Brahan,
Member of Parliament for Ringa County. I want to take this opportunity to concur with my colleagues that in Uganda, we have talents via games and sports, which we need to promote. Without funds, we cannot promote these talents. So I want to concur that the budget for sports and games should be increased. And each medalist who is able to bring forth fame in this country should be compensated in many perspectives. I've seen medalists who have brought forth fame, and when you go to their villages, where they accommodate themselves is so appalling. So I want to suggest that each medalist who is able to bring for us fame should be in a position to be put a very decent house in the village. Each medalist should be able to be paid from the perspective of bringing that medal after the time when he dies or she dies. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Donald.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Donald Katarihwa, Member of Parliament, Mwenge South. I'm a very good sportsman, especially when it comes to cheering teams that I love. Personally, I don't participate actively. I have two important points, Right Honorable Speaker. One of them is that these sports achievers who we congratulate today are very important role models in our communities, in our schools, everywhere we go. As we talk now, some parents about naming their children Cheptegei, others named their children Kiprotich long ago. What I want to raise on this is that it is very unfortunate 3-4 years down the road, after these people have achieved greater for this country, you look for them, you don't see them. What I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is we really need to come up with a strategy as Parliament, how to assist these members who achieve for us to maintain the standard they set when at the time they're achieving. So that as we celebrate this year, next year we also celebrate another person achieving because of learning from another person. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we really need to agree and advise government how best we can have sustainable livelihood strategies, sustainable incomes for these people, so that when we celebrate today, tomorrow they are not forgotten. That's one, and we don't need our children to lose that focus that I was Kiprotich the other time. I'm now not Kiprotich because he's now poor. That is one important point. Right Honorable Speaker, another thing I want to raise is on the issue of government pledges, government commitments to these achievements. I was reading sometime back in media that Izukuru Dokas was still complaining, I don't know how many years have passed, that the car that was promised to her has never. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, give your colleague.
Okay.
The mic.
Finally, Honorable Speaker.
After you, we have
just one point, right, Honorable Speaker. We are all appreciating the sports people, but I also want to appreciate the Minister of State for Sports, our colleague here, for achieving on the behalf of.
After you, you will have Engineer Lu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Catherine Lamwaka is my name. Madam Speaker, I want to associate myself with previous speakers in supporting this motion, and I want to thank the mover of this motion very much. Madam Speaker, I am associating myself to this motion, one, as a national leader in this House, but also proudly, secondly, as a daughter of a sportsman who contributed a lot in sports in this country. The team that was referred to by Honorable Cecilia Gwal that played football in the UK barefooted. My late father, the late Abondi Odia, played number 11 in that team.
and they hammered the English team properly, 2-0. So, Madam Speaker, I am here also to congratulate Team Uganda for raising the flag so high internationally. Madam Speaker, one thing that I must put very clearly in this House is sports belongs to a ministry. Sports department sector does not fall under President's office. And on this note, I want to thank the President of Uganda very, very sincerely for all the efforts he has been putting in recognizing the contribution of our sportsmen. However, Madam Speaker, it is time for us as a parliament now to put sports where it belongs rightly. If the problem has been funding, it is upon this parliament now, through the budget committee, the ministry has got to come out very clearly, and we pronounce ourselves on it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our program and system of education encourages co-curricular activity. This is a stage at primary level, at lower level, where skills, potentials are identified, and we get to nurture them.
Thank you, Catherine. Honorable Karubanga David.
Madam Speaker, the gap we have been having is coordinating from that lower stage to a higher level. Madam Speaker, our priorities are quite clear, that we establish stadiums in the regions. Our priorities is that we have to come out with a performance reward policy in this very parliament, or the 11th parliament.
Thank
so
you,
Catherine.
Thank you.
We've talked about. Thank you, Madam
Catherine,
Speaker.
thank you. Karubanga David. Katashumba. Dr. Yomi, I'm coming to you. If you're still struggling, then we can have Dr.
Can we take
Yomi.
the floor, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Dr. Charles Ayume, MP, Koboko Municipality. I would like to support the motion and congratulate the athletes and the technical team. To my colleagues from the Sebei region, thank you for doing us proud. And maybe information, sport is about endurance, but the other advantage of the Sebei region is high altitude. And that's why athletes have to go there for conditioning because of the low oxygen pressure there. So it's also about economic potential for the region, because we're going to get athletes from different parts of the world coming to pitch their 4 months to the main competitions. Honorable colleagues, we do a lot of knee-jerk reactions in appropriating resources for these gallant men and women. I think we need to come up with policies. I'll resound what my colleagues have said, but we should be asking ourselves, why sport? Before we go into the appropriation, is it because of entertainment? Is it because of employment? Is it because of medical reasons, physical fitness? I would want to say one of the biggest contributors of sport that we may not see is national cohesion. In the post-apartheid era in South Africa, when Mandela was released from prison, what kept that country together, ladies and gentlemen, was sport. They hosted the Cricket World Cup, Rugby World Cup, African Cup of Nations, and the rest is history. The guns went quiet in Liberia when George Weah flew all the way from Italy to the front line to cool down the.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, colleagues, I am Dr. Boka Didi George, Member of Parliament Obongi constituency. I want to add my voice to the voices of other colleagues to congratulate the Olympians, the staff, the management, and the Minister of Education for a job well done. I have 3 proposals to make. Number 1 is on the strategy. And in the strategy, sports people come from the grassroots, from the villages, from the parishes. And the parish model now is the model all of us are talking about. Can we make sports be one of the elements in our parish model to identify talent at the grassroots? Number two is in the structure. We are talking about remuneration without having this in our organizational structure at national, regional, district, lower local government level. Honorable colleagues, if there is a position in the public service we have approved, in sports is one sports officer at the district level. And that is the person we can pay from the consolidated fund. Can we review? This requires dealing with the Ministry of Public Service to ensure we create structures at the national level, regional level, district, and even at the sub-county level for sports officers, as well as sports referees and coaches, so that we can pay them rightly through the consolidated fund. I thank you so much.
Honorable Rita, then, and finally to...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At Kwasa Rita, woman MP Mbarara City. I rise to support the motion, but also to congratulate the sportsmen and women that have made us proud, but an extra for a fellow woman, Chamtai. I also, through you, Madam Speaker, would like to say that we are in a partial lockdown where sports activities have been allowed to go on, but observing SOPs, and one of them is to have COVID tests before they converge. While on my monitoring duties in Mbarara City, we have two prominent football clubs, Nyamutiowora FC and Mbarara City FC. Nyamutiowora was going to visit Jinja to play with the Gaddafi under the auspices of FUFA, where I'm very happy that the mover of the bill equally doubles as the president. But the issue of testing is very expensive for these clubs. Through you, Madam Speaker, and the House, could we be kind to direct the Ministry of Health that since sports activities have resumed, would it not be a kind gesture for them to provide free testing kits? We were stuck with this team trying to mobilize money, not only for food, for transport, accommodation, but for testing at 150,000 per player. So if in this time we could, through you, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health, to provide that service free of charge, I think it would add value. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Harriet Ntabazi, the Minister State for Trade. I've been in Parliament before, and in the 9th Parliament, I presented a medal on the same table, which we are having in front there. When a medal comes in a country, everybody is very happy. We applaud the prayers, we applaud. We are now standing here as cabinet, in behalf of cabinet, to applaud my fellow minister, because in his term of office, 4 medals have been presented. A total of 7 medals, out of 7 medals, 4 are in Honorable Obua Hamson's term. This is very, very good. You have one task ahead of you. You have had the budget ceiling of sports, which everybody is talking about. You need to convince cabinet to present and give you support in order to present to the budget at least a good handsome of money to give to the Ministry of Sports. We have to convince, because sports is cross-cutting. We have Ministry of Gender, where the youth lie. You have Ministry of Education, where your ministry lies. You have a very big team to support you. Why don't you come up with a good budget? present to finance, because they are blaming finance. You need to come up with the strong points, put in the
Workers,
yes.
workers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Aboli Kunhira Agnes, Member of Parliament representing workers. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, but in the same way, being my maiden speech, I want to congratulate you upon the achievement of that position. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the motion as moved by Honorable Magogo to support and congratulate our team that performed very well at the last. Madam Speaker, I want also to congratulate the officials and in a special way to congratulate the medalists, which is very important. Madam Speaker, members all have mentioned a lot about what is happening in the field of sports locally here. I think with all the submissions, the minister and government will take a deliberate plan to ensure that they develop the structure, the infrastructure, but also the talent development to ensure that our young generation is picked from the lower level and promoted up to that level. Madam Speaker, I want to make this special request to the Minister of Education, the Minister of State of Education. There is this commentator, he's called Rob Walkers. Please, he did a great job to market our country, to an extent of even talking about nail special. Can you please write to him and appreciate his services? Because he would have needed billions of money.
Honorable Sewungu, Betty, Haugon, and we end with the Achon, then the minister. In that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also support the motion. And I pray through Honorable Speaker that Honorable Magogo, at an opportune time, we also bring another motion thanking Express FC for winning Sekafa and bringing us $30,000. And that's your docket as well. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, what we have to look at here is the amendment of the National Council of Sports Act. All the properties, the stadiums you talk about Nambole would be under National Council of Sports Act. If you go to Ghana, take time and read. In Ghana, they have a very good act. And Magogo knows this very well. What happens? All these multinational companies in this country, MTN, Airtel, are mandated in that country to fund at least an item of sports in the country before government gives any money. Nobody should mislead you that there will ever be a government that will give 100% support for sports. Secondly, the minister should tell this house, we gave them 5 billion to go and make structural designs for all the stadiums in Uganda so that they construct them. Masaka, Mbare, Peche, name them. Nothing was done. One time in the Committee of Education, as I Speaker, I even beseeched the ministry to offer at least every sub-county some items for sports at the sub-county headquarters. Sports starts from schools. These children, these guys we are seeing who have got us fame, they have fought their own battle to reach where they are. But government comes in at the time of procurement of tickets. We should desist from that. Let us go back to the drawing board. Support sports. When you talk about UPE schools, do they have money for sports? A set of drums in a school costs 1 million, and you are giving UPE schools. Just 1 minute, Madam Speaker, to conclude.
Betty.
Just 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Betty Ethonalima, the woman MP Wakiso District, and also Shadow Minister, Local Government. Madam Speaker, I also add my voice to congratulate our team Uganda for the overwhelming joy they brought to this country. Madam Speaker, 2 issues. One, on Friday when I monitored Nambole Stadium, it really needs to be worked on as early as possible. And good enough, the patients of COVID have reduced.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I request the Ministry of Health to expedite the process of transferring those patients. And when we are done with this mass vaccination at Nambole, then the process is commenced of renovating Nambole, so that many of our teams, many of our athletes and other sportsmen and women are able to continue training. And finally, Madam Speaker, to aid the local governments in sports, as the Ministry plans of Education, as we plan to allocate some funds to the sports and the Ministry of Education, let also the good funds be sent to the lower local government entities to ensure that at least each and every town council or sub-county or division has got inter-sports within itself, and at the end of it all, this country will be far better in sports. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Gone. Gone.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm personally a very good sports person. The problem now is age limit. Otherwise, I'm multi-talented. Volleyball and the like. Madam Speaker, one, we want to demand for action taken reports from the line ministers on resolutions that this House has made severally, including those in the Tennessee Parliament, on issues of sports. Number two, I would be happy if we provided money for talent identification down there in the grassroots. Number three, what about if we decided to pick a few roads in Kampala here and name after these heroes of ours? Don't you think? And the rest of the country. Of course, Kampala is the center now. So it is very important. And the MPs here. Honorable Speaker, if you look at what is happening in the country, the president has done his part by appreciating our stars. But there are stars who were stars before. Let me request the president, because I believe he's watching, to also look out for those who didn't get what? Cars. And these are modern cars now. May you, Mr. President, Your Excellency, give this one so cars. Like Achon missed out on a car. He's a very good star. He did for us a big job in the past. Then in Zikuru, I'm not sure whether she got a car. Madam Speaker, she needs to be given a car so that she's also proud. But finally, you will fuel, she will fuel. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I know the kind of person you are. Only that is it, you'll be able to allocate money to make sure that the sports will be sports in this country. I know the kind of person you are. Yeah, but also besides that, let us appreciate the president for the gesture. Yes, I heard about complaints that, hey, now, how can you give a smaller thing? But that was his heart. It is us. Madam Speaker, let me just finish that point. It is our duty to appropriate through the main budget for these issues. What he did was just a courtesy to begin and instigate. And before I give information to you, Madam Speaker, I was a cheerleader at Parliament here on the day when that team won up there. We were cheering like younger boys, and we put the fire. And I think that gave them a lot of morale at a distance.
The information, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to give is that some of the athletes belong to the security services of this country. That in the recent week, the spate has been about human rights abuses. At least on a lighter note, they have produced athletes. So who have given us gold medals. Probably we should, before we think of the roads, we can think of naming them after garrisons and prisons. Instead of Chitalia, we say Chiptegei prison.
So as I sit down, Madam Speaker, I don't want to get down before thanking Mr. Ogwell, the Secretary General, National Council of Sports, and then my good comrade, Honorable Magogo, and the Honorable Obua. You are such a good man. We have played it together. I give him a pass, he gives me a pass. When he gives me a pass, I score. Sure deal. So we are working together. And I think where we have reached now, we are assembling one of the best teams in the country of leaders who are concerned.
Honorable Achon.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would ask if you would give me 2 minutes. My name is Julius Achon, Member of Parliament of Tuke East Lang region. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Julius Achon, Bua, Member of Parliament of Tuke East. Retired athletes, but not tired. Still moving on, doing other things. Madam Speaker, I want to share hands to congratulate my colleagues, Olympians. Honorable members, to be an athlete or a runner is one of the hardest things in this world. If you can be a champion in your own village, be proud. You can imagine how many people in your village you win and you become number one. And then to make it to Olympics is one of the hardest part. I competed in 11 championships. If I tell my story brief, in 1994, I bought a flight to Portugal, Lisbon, to represent Ugandan World Junior Championship. I wore a sandal, there were no shoes those days in Uganda. Fortunately, I was in the first class. The flight attendants keep asking me, sir, where are you going? Because you see, being a first class and putting on a sandal as a man is crazy. So anyway, I want to thank Chimotai. She shared a story where she dropped out of primary 7. She got 2nd grade, but she didn't give up. She went on to athletics. She just didn't want even to get married and just sit there. But today we are celebrating her. She won a gold medal. First female gold medal in Olympics since Uganda began in 1956. In Sikuru was a world champion. World champions are twice every 2 years. Olympics every 4 years. I want to thank the government. They've come up. They have awareness. At least they're supporting the teams. In our times with the Davis Kamoga, you are going for Olympics after 4 years. You are given only $100. Madam Speaker would ask, I'm thankful the government or the president awarded these people with the vehicles when they came last week. I want to thank the president for that. And also, he pledged to build each of their parents a house. The president also made a directive to make sure the stadium of Tariet be completed, which I'm sure will be done. He was overexcited. I never seen him doing that. And I also want to thank the Minister of Boa. He was with us full time. Me, I was on a different occasion. I was invited in a World Olympian Association for Life, which I'm being put for life as an Olympian. On a different occasion, although I missed a gold medal for Olympics, but God turned things around. I won Olympics at the retirement, serving humanitarian. Madam Speaker, I ask that this team who made the Olympics, those who made medals, who did not make the medal, they should be paid something continuously to allow them to prepare themselves for next year. There's no resting in athletics or in sports. If you rest 2 months, it is equivalent to 1 year. Some of these athletes, I meet them, they're walking to Nambole, those of Nayondo, which is very deplorable. I would ask that they should be maintained if they can afford a taxi fee in each and every time they go for training is enough. They don't need more. Because at times where you find them eating sugarcane to recover, you find them eating these kabalagala, these cold pancakes, which it could be normal, but I emphasize on transportation to the main stadium. Comes to the coaches. Coaches train these people on volunteer. They really don't achieve anything. My coaches, I think I have one who is still surviving. One died called
Honorable Taebwa.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this moment.
Honorable Taebwa. And when you're addressing the House, remember you had promised us that you're going to bring the law in 2 weeks' time. And the 2 weeks' time end today.
Right Honorable.
And you need to advise us if you're failed, then we can have a private member's bill.
Right Honorable, the minister responsible has been away in Tokyo. He's now back. He's going to work on that. Right Honorable, I want to speak as an MP, now not as a government chief. Because Right Honorable, sometimes I saw the president, the way he was complaining that he gave out the promise of 5 million for our athletes, but it was never fulfilled. Now I want to speak as a legislator, that as legislators, we also need to keep an eye on such a promises, so that when we are doing the budget, instead of just making good speeches in front of our athletes, we ask, the president promised ABCD, as we don't see it in the budget. We are the ones who sit here and make the budget. We reduce money for the sector and then come to complain about the whole situation. So I request you, colleagues, the president has made a pledge. I request that we follow up on it when we are budgeting, we ensure it's clearly covered. But now, is here, my brother. Oh, okay. Maybe I think I should talk to Honorable Seung. We see how to convince these people from Kapchora on maybe having intermarriages so that we share on their genes. Because I would want to see Seung also producing an athlete one day. You know, I would be the happiest finding that.
Information.
Members, we have come to the end of the debate.
But
I want to hear from the minister. I want to hear from the minister. I will hear from the minister, then finally from the Prime Minister. Minister, you have a few minutes.
Right Honorable Chair and Honorable colleagues. Madam Chair, let me start with something which is not part of me, to humbly request you, as the presiding officer, to grant me some latitude of time. One, to lay on table the list containing Team Uganda contingent to Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Two, to make some general remarks and clarify on some general issues. Then three, to respond to the specific issues raised in the debate by the honorable colleagues. Madam Speaker, if that is granted, honorable members, let me, in line with the rules of procedure of Parliament of Uganda, lay on table the list containing the gallant members of Team Uganda contingent to Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for the record of Parliament. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay. Pardon?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, we had 25 athletes and 38 officials, making a total of 63. I beg to lay. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Procedure.
How can you have 38 officials? The cost implication behind it. And you have 25 athletes.
Procedure, Speaker. Procedure.
Madam Speaker.
Procedure.
I wish you could give me the latitude of time that I requested. I would explain some of those general matters.
Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on procedural matter. I appreciate that the House unanimously approved the prayers of the movers of the motion to congratulate the team that gave us the gold and medal and other medals. But Right Honorable Speaker, it's very, very important that you allow me to move an amendment. Amendment number 1 is should come on page 4, sorry, on page 3 of the motion, item 2, to say that item 2 considers increasing the appropriation for sports, and in the supplementary.
Honorable Cecilia Ogwal Imat, can you come with your amendment after the minister has finished his submission? You will do your amendment.
Most obliged.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, first and foremost, let me state that the Olympic is the apex, is the pinnacle, is the epitome, is the peak, is the climax of all games and sports in the world. Honorable colleagues, the 32nd edition of the Olympic Games, hosted by Tokyo in Japan, was attended by 205 Olympic nations of the world, with the exception of North Korea, to have a complete figure of 206. This particular edition of the Games were attended overall by over 11,000 athletes from the 205 countries and over 79,000 officials drawn from the categories of coaches, government dignitaries, national Olympic committees, and technical officials. Mathematically, this was a ratio of 1 athlete to 8 officials overall. That can make us do the mathematics for Team Uganda. Madam Speaker, these particular games, apart from being the best performance in the pre- and post-independence history of Uganda, there are quite a number of positives that Team Uganda picked from this particular edition. One is that the Republic of Uganda fielded in the highest number of athletes combined for both the Olympic and Paralympic Games since 1972. 2 is that this was the first time that we fielded in a lady boxer since the history of the Olympics in 1956. Thirdly, this was the first time Uganda fielded in a lady rower who, upon completion, is now ranked as the 2nd best rower in the continent of Africa. This is the Olympic where Chemutai made history as the first Ugandan lady to win an Olympic game gold medal since 1956. Madam Speaker, this is the edition of the Olympic Games where 5 people were inducted in the Hall of Honor, 1 picked per continent. For the continent of Africa, the Olympic fraternity picked a Ugandan, a member of parliament, and he was one of the 5 people across the world and former Olympians who were inducted into the Hall of Honor. And this is none other than our very own Honorable Achon Julius, who represented the entire continent of Africa, not only Uganda, out of the 5. Madam Speaker, in terms of ranking, the Republic of Uganda improved. Overall, we were 36 out of 205 nations of the world. In the continent of Africa, we rank number 2 after the Republic of Kenya, beating big nations with big investment in sports like South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, to mention but a few. Ranking in terms of participation of countries who have membership to the Commonwealth, we were ranked number 7 under the Commonwealth countries that participated in the Olympics after UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Kenya, and Jamaica. After Jamaica, there is the Republic of Uganda. Madam Speaker, having provided that general information, let me still proceed to state that our success in this edition was not because of our power, our strength, our might, our glory, but it was because of the inspiration and motivation that we got from God. Uganda is a God-fearing country, there's no doubt about that. Our motto is for God and my country, or our country. Madam Speaker, we have demonstrated as Team Uganda that it is possible. We have demonstrated that there are lessons to learn. There are things to improve on. There are things to put in place if we are to go ahead, participate, and compete favorably. Madam Speaker, it is also important to brief this House that even if we are celebrating our prowess in the Olympic Games, there are pending championships where the Republic of Uganda must feel, prepare, and have participation and competition. And these are lined up. Unfortunately, if the recent excellent performance of Team Uganda could meet with the drastic rise and fall, especially fall, in the budget of the sports subsector, honorable colleagues, the two would fight to an extent that I do not know which one will win. Performance is going up, support in terms of budget from 25 billion to 17 billion. From 17 billion, we are now at 10 billion. Our ideal budget as a sports subsector is 38 billion minus development. The Republic of Kenya is reported to be injecting 450 billion shillings, equivalent of our money as Uganda. The Republic of South Africa is reported to be investing 277 billion shillings. You can give that information. The moment you make comparisons, you must not compare yourself with those who are below you. We are advancing number 2 in Africa. We must be comparing ourselves with the greatest. A goat will always compare itself to an elephant. An elephant will never compare itself to a goat. You always want to move higher and higher and higher. Madam Speaker, some of the pending championships that have been lined up at the national level, continental level, international level are the Commonwealth Games 2022, All Africa Games 2023, the Olympic and Paralympic Games 2024, the World Cup qualifiers in different categories, and to mention there are 6 matches for the senior national football team back to back between September to November 2021. The Islamic Solidarity Games, the World Athletics Junior Championship in Nairobi. Then the national basketball team has been facilitated to participate in the AFCON final in Kigali, to mention but a few. Madam Speaker, may I now proceed to answer some most critical issues raised in the submissions of members. I want to start with an external one. The BBC reporter who gave glory to Uganda. As a team, we met him. As a team, we invited him. I also would want to announce that the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic of Uganda and Uganda Tourism Board has already extended invitation through the Ministry of Education and Sports to this particular gentleman to revisit Uganda. This is not his first time, but he'll be coming for the second time for an all-paid expenses trip by the Ministry and Uganda Tourism Board. Madam Speaker, there was the question of funding. I want to affirm that for the Olympics 2020 edition, Government of Uganda under the leadership of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the Ministry of Education and Sports under the leadership of the First Lady and the Minister made sure that Team Uganda was supported during preparations and made sure that Team Uganda was cleared and facilitated to participate and compete in the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan. So everything, however little it was, we were to prioritize it. When you receive 10 billion and somebody is receiving 450 billion, you plan according to what you have in the pocket. And we plan according to what we had in the pocket. His Excellency the President has equally guided more. We need to salute him for his goodwill gesture. He has rewarded the medalists. He has affirmed his commitment of paying, especially for those who win in the All Africa Games, Commonwealth Games, and Sekafa unfortunately did not appear on the list. He only mentioned 3. 1 is the All Africa Games, 2 is the Commonwealth Games, 3 is the Olympics. 5 million per month for gold medalists, 3 million per month for silver medalists, 1 million per month for bronze medalists. Even payment of areas. He has particularly also directed that in our humble way as Uganda, all sportsmen and women should be identified. And honorable colleagues, you will help us here. You have potential sportsmen and women. If you have them in different categories, for those who have reached A level, he has directed that the armed forces should recruit them such that they are entitled to the monthly payment to enable them continue practice. He has directed that even when they are recruited, they should be given time to participate in training such that they can nurture their natural talents. Madam Speaker, on the issue raised by
Honorable Minister, can you conclude?
Honorable Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking is, are we taking this as a government assurance right now?
Can he conclude?
Honorable Speaker.
This
Yes.
House is the Minister of Sports, if you are not aware.
I'm in the Committee of Education, Honorable Speaker.
I'm just reminding you that Honorable Bua is the Minister of Sports.
Yeah, but if it becomes a government assurance on the floor of Parliament, then it's subject for implementation.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I am reporting and putting on the record of Parliament what His Excellency the President committed the country. I am equally tempted to believe and submit that this constitutes government assurance. It constitutes, in my humble opinion, but it is a reported speech. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the law, I want to state that On the guidance of the senior minister, we realized that proceeding to repeal the 1964 Act of National Council of Sports without reviewing the 2004 sports policy to incorporate new changes within the world of sports, we would have not done justice to that particular law. So we embarked at the Ministry of Education and Sports to start with the review of the 2004 sports policy, such that when we repeal the act, the new act is anchored on the policy that has been revised to give rise to one of the best laws that the Republic of Uganda would wish to have on sports. Madam Speaker, on the issue of sports infrastructure,
Honorable Minister, we want the time when the bill will be in place. Her Excellency was in this house and said it was ready. They were coming to present the act in 2 weeks' time. And as I said, while you are away, the 2 weeks' time end today. So don't tell us stories.
Speaker,
you're acting on a law of 1964, which is even older than you yourself.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, wouldn't you really feel ashamed to act on such a law?
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
No, I want the Honorable Minister to finish. No, it's not misleading. For me, I'm asking for something specific. He is not misleading. I am asking for how much time do you need?
But, Madam Speaker.
I have not given you
Right,
enough
Honorable
time.
Speaker and honorable colleagues, I speak in my mandate as Minister of State for Education and Sports, whose responsibility is in the docket of sports. And the information I give to this House is the information emanating from the Department of Sports in the Ministry of Education and Sports of the Republic of Uganda.
Honorable Minister, we are just asking you for something small. How much time more do we give you to bring the law?
Madam Speaker, as a ministry, we believe that we will conclude the issue of revising the 2004 sports policy at the end of this financial year. And by the beginning of the next financial year, we should be ready to table the law that is in compliance with the policy.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. There is a problem, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Polot.
Madam Speaker, I would expect the minister to tell us that they are tabling the law. After we have made the law,
then
all what it takes is the operationalization of the law. The
law comes first, then the policy that will come next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we need to expand part of what the minister said. And it is unprecedented for Parliament to believe that a policy determines the bringing of a law to Parliament for amendment. That is not, it's unprecedented. The Attorney General is there. Let him come on the floor and explain.
Now,
so what are we saying, Madam Speaker? Let the minister assure this House. We have fought for this law several times. I've been in the Committee of Education for the last 10 years.
Okay, let's first find out.
Happening.
Let's first find out when is the policy being laid on table. The policy first.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your understanding and honorable colleagues. The policy comes first.
When is the policy?
Followed by the law.
When
Madam
do we
Speaker,
have the policy?
let me repeat that at the Ministry of Education and Sports, Our planning in these bad times, which we all know, is to the effect that the 2004 policy of sports of the Republic of Uganda should be ready by the end of this financial year. 2021-2022 financial year.
Honorable Minister, maybe because you were away, you're not helping us. Vice President, can we hear from you? Because government committed itself to 2 weeks.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have to discuss this in cabinet, and after cabinet, it will be coming. But right now, we've not yet finished. Soon, it will be coming.
What are you finishing?
Thank you.
We know you have to discuss it in cabinet, but tell us the time. We cannot act in perpetuity.
And what are you discussing?
Right, Honorable Speaker, for this end of financial year, we will be discussing it and it will come to cabinet. It will come to parliament after cabinet.
A procedure, Speaker. Speaker, procedure. If we are to talk about the end of this financial year, we are talking of next July, because financial year has just started. But for us, we are trying to help the ministry. I want the Minister of Sports to listen, that all of us you seem to have mobilized our minds to support you. Now that we want to support you, you are running away. That's exactly the impression you are creating. For us, we want to do it now and quickly so that we can justify the budget that we want to give you. In this motion, the mover has requested that we increase the budget on sports. Now, we cannot increase the budget on sports when we don't even have the policy in place, we don't have the law in place. Parliament will be acting illegally. So can you please prepare us?
Honorable
Information.
Honorable Minister, all what is being said is in good faith. It is to help the sporting fraternity. There is nobody who is saying it in bad faith. We want to help you. You're saying it is business of all the time running to the president that you're going to look for money. The president has other issues. Why don't you make a policy, make a law that enables you get whatever you want in this country? And if you can't do it for yourself, we have volunteers who can do it for you.
Information. Madam Speaker.
Point of procedure here,
The Prime Minister is speaking.
Honorable,
a procedural matter.
The Prime Minister is speaking.
This matter, we have seen that is very urgent. We are going to change, to look at our order of business in cabinet. We prioritize this matter in cabinet so that it is fast tracked. Then it can come to parliament. So that's what we are requesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the end of the month.
Members, we need to conclude with this. No.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
I'm not
Honorable
accepting
colleagues.
your procedure matter.
But Madam Speaker, our rules do allow for a member to raise a procedural matter, and it's granted.
By the way, I am the one chairing. Can you continue? Honorable Ogon, sit.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Right Honorable Prime Minister has guided, but to my senior colleague, the Honorable Cecilia, the fact of the matter is there exists a policy of 2004, which is undergoing review. there exists a law of 1964 that upon review will be repealed. So those are the legal instruments that we are operating under. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Minister, can you conclude?
Madam Speaker, on the issue of the sports infrastructure, we are not only looking at Nambole and Nachivugu. We have a plan, if supported by this parliament and by government. There are traditional dilapidated sports stadia across the country. When we were growing up, we know this. In Kabale, we have one. In Barara, we have one. In Masaka, we have one. In Jinja, we have one. In Mbale, we have one. In Soroti, we have one. In Lira, Tororo, Masindi, to mention but a few. Madam Speaker, I have stated that the ideal budget of the sports subsector is 38 billion minus development. But the moment we are supported, we will move in a phased manner to ensure that these particular traditional stadia that are currently dilapidated are first lifted one after the other. Madam Speaker,
yes, Honorable Minister, through your Honorable Speaker, I think what the colleagues are asking is, can we have a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan on how you want to revive the sports sector in this country? I was just reading here a strategic plan for the Chinese government for the next 30 years. How they are planned in the next 5 years to build 18 cities, 18 sports cities in China. And then in the next 30 years, they want to be a sports powerhouse in Asia. So we would love to see a strategic plan over the next 10, 20 years. How you have staged, preparing, building the new stadia, and so forth. That's what we would need to see.
Honorable Elijah, that has been one of the prayers. The minister will come with a strategic plan.
thank you, Right Honorable Chair and Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank Parliament, and I speak with hope because I have seen how we are united in this motion for sports. You need to support us, honorable colleagues. We have spoken in this house year in, year out. The role of Parliament is shared in appropriation with the executive. All these pending championships, if we do not prepare, we will be castigated by the people of Uganda. But the fault won't be from the ministry. Support us. Give us the support. Just imagine in 2 consecutive financial years, we have lost 15 billion from 25 billion to 10 billion. If I were receiving 25 billion in a year and it is reduced to 10 billion, definitely. The issue is COVID, but we have demonstrated to the country that we can do it. We need your support. Enhance the budget. Support us on infrastructure. Madam Speaker, one issue that I should not leave. In 2018, His Excellency the President attended a conference in Beijing under the Forum on China-African Cooperation, where he committed 27 projects in all to be constructed using the Chinese grant. And out of the 27, 2 were sports stadia. One is Akibo Olympic Stadium in Lira, and the other one was Buhinga Stadium in Kabarole. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the role of the Minister of Education and Sports was to conduct detailed feasibility studies, environmental and social impact assessment, a mission we executed with precision. We have handed over our report to the Ministry of Finance for purposes of processing this grant to construct the 2 regional stadia promised by the government of Uganda and His Excellency the President. I would want also to persuade Parliament that the Ministry of Finance at an appropriate time should inform us on the progress made to secure this grant to kickstart the 2 regional stadia. Honorable colleagues, salutations. To my gallant members of Team Uganda, I want to salute you for a job well done. You have made your country proud. You have made me proud as your team leader. Forever we remain indebted to you. You have gone on record as the best team ever, in the record of the Olympics. I salute you. To the athletes, I want to thank you. Some of you are young. We have talked to you individually. Please follow our wise counsel and continue bringing glory to your country. Madam Speaker, once again, thank you. And to Parliament, thank you. To the executive, thank you. I say all this for God and my country, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You're supposed to be a preacher. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take also this opportunity to thank our medalists and the team that went, and it was headed by our minister, to these Olympics. We thank you so much and we congratulate you. You've made Uganda proud. We are really proud of you. Everybody, I think, is very happy because of this team. We thank you so much. I want to thank the members of Parliament for the support that you have given or you show to the sports team. Your support, I think, is a climbing stone for the sports members, and I know, like we have said,
Right, Honorable Speaker.
this is a program.
Procedure. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I know we are going to conclude on this matter, but we have a standing issue that we need to resolve on this motion. I don't know whether I can come in now because I know when we conclude the matter, we can come back. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am proposing that in the next supplementary budget, under item 2, we consider emergency rehabilitation under sports, that to prepare us for the next sports activity Uganda will be involved in. And on page 4, under item 4, we include that the government should present in the current budget for the next financial year, development and completion of Akibwa Stadium, which is an outstanding big project. Akibwa Stadium. Finally, under 6, that government presents to Parliament by the end of August 2021 a 5-year strategic investment plan on sports. And Right Honorable Speaker, my conscience tells me that the government also should consider some token appreciation for those who played critical role in sports in the earlier years, like some of the personalities we have mentioned here. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this amendment before the Prime Minister concludes.
Honorable Prime Minister. Yes,
Thank you so much, Honorable Cecilia. I think what you have also presented is part of what I'm saying, that is the support that you are giving to the sports team. And I want to say that we've had, it is going to be presented to Cabinet for consideration.
Thank you.
I thank you. I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for supporting his grandchildren, because he has supported them. he has given gifts, and this time he has given lifetime, I'll call it lifetime salary, because the person who brought a medal will be given 5 million, the one for silver, 3 million, and then the other one for bronze, 1 million for lifetime. So we thank him so much for the support that he has given to this team. It is better than somebody requesting for a car without fuel, because you will be given a car, but in the long run, you will not have fuel to that car and you will abandon it one time somewhere. I want to, as I conclude, I want to urge members of parliament that we have an government assurance committee which can help us to make a follow-up on the pledges of the president. This committee can support us in this area because I've had members talking about the pledges. Even you members of parliament who are here, when you make pledges in your constituencies and nobody follows them up, you end up not paying. So let the committee, Government Assurance Committee, help us to make a follow-up on the pledges of His Excellency the President. I thank you, and I thank all members for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now put a question on the motion as amended by Honorable Cecilia Ogwa for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to Team Uganda for its performance at 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Those in favor say aye. And those against, the ayes have it. Honorable members, as the presiding officer today, I am humbled by your oneness. This is a motion that I've seen that has brought the House together. And it is because of the performance of our brothers, sisters, our children out there that we must make sure that we are always one in the House, especially when it comes to sports. Even other motions that affect the livelihoods of the people out there. As national leaders, we have showed the people of Uganda through this debate that when it comes to issues that concern the local person, that concerns Uganda, that Uganda comes first, not parties, not anything else. Sports has proved to us that it is only sports that can bring political parties together. I saw my sister Malende debate very well. I saw a number of them. We are highly indebted to the Ugandans outside there. And therefore, on that note, after looking at the debate, after hearing attentively, after appreciating what everybody has spoken in terms of sports, I am now ordering, as a presiding officer, the sports subsector of the Republic of Uganda, through the Ministry of Education and Sports, should submit a comprehensive budget for consideration to Parliament within 30 days. The sports subsector that will be presented to Parliament and approved will be ring-fenced and protected strictly for sports. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is hereby directed by Parliament within 2 weeks on the step to report to Parliament on the steps that have been taken on the money that Honorable Bua was talking about, the grant from China. What has it, how far have you gone in terms of getting that grant? Can you report to this Parliament on the money, on the grant which was supposed to be brought to Uganda? 3, a supplementary budget should be brought to this House and work on the National Stadium, that is Nambole. 4, the Minister of Sports should come with at least 80 names of corporate institutions or persons that should contribute towards the sports sector in Uganda. I saw some of them Basugu clapping their hands, but yet they are not contributing. So they should also contribute to the sports sector in Uganda. Members, I want to thank you for today's debate and today's motion. I'm really humbled. But on third note, the UPDF fraternity and Parliament of Uganda would wish to announce the demise of Lieutenant General Pecos Kutesa, who was a former MP in the 10th Parliament representing the UPDF. Can we have a moment of silence in his memory?
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Once more, we want to thank our visitors who are in the gallery. We want to thank our athletes. We want in a special way to thank the Minister of Education and Sports and the State Minister of Sports. You made us proud. Without you facilitating the team, we wouldn't be here debating. Thank you. I now adjourn the House.